The gaming news today is all about new information. First, the Black Myth Wukong devs have officially weighed in on why the game is not on the Xbox yet, and big surprise, it's not a secret exclusivity deal as was previously falsely reported by Forbes. And we will look at what they said about what this means for third-party games coming to Xbox in the future. Then we have a new patent from Nintendo that seems to confirm and corroborate other rumors about just how strong the Nintendo Switch will be. Someone from Digital Foundry even weighed in on a comment about how strong this device will or won't be. And yes, you've guessed it, we have more leaks about GTA 6, but these are not about the second trailer or the release date. It's actually older footage, but it's actually pretty interesting given how it was sort of scraped. And when it comes to the release date, one outlet has theorized about why they think the game will be delayed out of 2025. Just yesterday, I predicted that the game will actually hit their date, so I'll be giving my own thoughts about that. We'll be looking at why Tom Henderson from Insider Gaming thinks it'll be delayed, and I do have a game coming out this month to put on your wish list and your radar. So we're going to get into this. Before we do, take a quick second if you're in the live audience and hit that like button. That really helps out the video find more folks and get more people in here to join our great community, and many of you have done that. Right now we're working on a big goal to get Member Plus up to 600. That is the $6 membership. If you've never done a membership before on YouTube, try it out for a month. It's $6. You get into all my behind the scenes stuff that we do. There's like a second channel on this channel, and it's behind the membership. So if you want to support the channel directly, do it. If not, you might get a gifted membership as Mash, as he always does, just dropped a big one on chat. I'll talk about that in a second as well. So let's get into this situation with Black Myth Wukong and the Series S, and I'm sure this will get spicy as more and more people weigh in on this with false narratives, false frames, and honestly just a lot of stupidity out there. So in case you missed it, up to now there has been a variety of theories as to what is going on with Black Myth Wukong coming to Xbox. They initially said that it would come to Xbox after optimizing in order to, quote, these are their words, meet our quality standards. Now in the wake of these remarks, many of us made the easy jump in logic to conclude that it was very likely the memory constraints of the Xbox Series S once again rearing its head. And just like when Baldur's Gate 3 announced their late arrival to Xbox, I was given assurances that it was not the Series S. And just like in the Baldur's Gate 3 situation, Microsoft decided to passively blame the developers instead of owning the fact that there is a greater challenge bringing games to the Series S, as was previously admitted by Matt Booty himself. Phil Spencer told Destin Legary in an interview at Gamescom that there was no hardware limitation issue, and 24 hours later, Baldur's Gate 3 decided to announce that it would be coming to Xbox without split screen for the Series S. Basically because I don't think Larian appreciated running PR for Microsoft for months and then having Phil throw them under the bus. So there's really no more feature parity if you really think about it. That's probably going to continue. Now, enter stage left Black Myth Wukong, and the theory was put forth, or the claim was put forth, that there was a secret exclusivity deal with PlayStation. In the wake of that claim, other insiders weighed in and said that that was not true. They said that PlayStation had merely assisted with the development. I had this confirmed by somebody at Sony as well. My source said that there was no exclusivity deal and that they were simply helping them with the development. Then Forbes published a blog about the topic and said they spoke with someone at Microsoft who said that there was it was not due, this is a direct quote here, it was not due to platform limitations. That was their quote. They phrased it in a way that made it seem as though if there is a platform limitation, they haven't raised the issue to us. They also said that they could not comment on potential deals with other platforms, which many took that as a clear insinuation that PlayStation did have a secret deal. That was sort of the way that this was framed and concluded, which is absolutely false. These outlets should basically be publishing retractions or updates to their blogs or posts. I don't expect that from Forbes. They're not really good at getting both sides of the story. Now, before I get to what the game director said, I just want to sort of logically consider something here. Let's logically think through what a secret exclusivity deal with Sony would look like. It was a secret exclusivity deal where Sony had no marketing rights, apparently. Sony never got to claim it as an exclusive, and the game is not well optimized for the PS5, okay? So that's not a very good secret exclusivity deal, because you don't get to go out here and use your marketing flex of saying you have an exclusive and then it's not even that well optimized for PS5. This would be the worst exclusivity deal in the history of exclusivity deals if it were true. Now, we know pretty definitively that it isn't true. How? Well, the game director was speaking about the Steam Awards and said the following. Although there were no big surprises, I still felt a little emotional after after taking all the Steam Awards. Everyone's fighting power is so terrifying. He's basically saying all the other games have very strong fighting power and it's terrifying. He said, the only thing missing is the Xbox robe. It seems a bit wrong, but that 10 gig of shared memory without a few years of optimization experience, it really can't be taken down. Now, I'm sure many will use this and go to great lengths to dismiss this and say, well, they're not really blaming the Series S, they're blaming themselves for lacking experience, which is absolutely ridiculous. I suppose then Larian lacks experience. I suppose the Xbox engineers who couldn't figure out split screen in Baldur's Gate I guess they lack experience with their own dadgum device. I guess every single Xbox studio that has delayed a game or shipped at 30 FPS or shipped a game not at quality, I guess they also lack experience. It's not the Series S's fault. It certainly couldn't be a memory constraint that even engineers at id Software said would be a problem before they were acquired by Microsoft and then deleted the tweets. But it's not that. It's surely a lack of experience. At this point, with the pattern of first-party Xbox studios games coming late and coming at 30 FPS or coming out not at quality, like Forza Motorsport and Redfall, I guess then we will just say nobody has enough experience to really wrangle with the Xbox Series S. Larian Studios was fielding questions about the Series S for months. They were always charitable, they were always diplomatic, but after the Phil Spencer interview, it was clear that enough was enough. Running PR and damage control for Xbox's bad hardware decision in the wake of their game launching must have felt like a bit of a drag. And now, Game Science is saying what most of us have known all along. Because the game doesn't even run that well on the base PS5 and the PS5 Pro, what hope does the Series S have? And I've said this many times, and I will say it again. Microsoft is making it very clear that making games for their console is not a good idea. Their consoles aren't selling well. They're telling the public that they don't even need to buy the console. And if you run into any issues with the Series S, Phil Spencer or a Microsoft spokesperson will assure the public that there's no hardware limitation as they passively blame you for the delay of your game coming to their platform. If you need reasons to skip the Xbox platform with your game as a third-party developer, Microsoft seems to be providing those reasons left and right. So, we now know why Black Myth Wukong's not on Xbox. The question right now is, will it ever land on Xbox? And that's not all we have to cover today. I hope you got a lot of clips for Twitter out of that. Grand Theft Auto 6. We have new leaks and a new theory, all right? So I have a feeling, I'm just going to make this prediction, that 2025 is going to be the year of GTA 6 leaks as well as theories, okay? I guess they're doing something else with their Instagram posts. It's now limiting to 13. Rockstar is going to keep trolling, all right? My commitment to not doing the GTA 6 Trailer 2 waiting room is going to be really hard. I might have to go back on my word if they keep trolling us. It's fun, even if it is a little irritating, all right? But it is fun to discuss leaks and theories about the game. And today, we have one of each, okay? I've got leaks, I've got a theory, okay? The leak's not that exciting, but it could be a signal that things are about to start getting more and more leaky, all right? Sorry, I keep having to clear my throat. I apologize. I think we're going to get more and more leaks as the year goes on, all right? As the closer and closer we get to the release of the game, we'll start seeing more. Now, Legacy Killer HD reposted a video on Twitter, and it's making the rounds. Somebody basically recorded with their phone, and then it was, I guess, quickly deleted. Now, it showed a developer station working on a PS5 dev kit, which is interesting, and it had the main character, Lucia, sort of just like standing in the game. And then he said the following: "There is already evidence pointing to this being authentic. The leaker deleted his post already, but the metadata and video indicates this was likely taken at Rockstar San Diego in 2021. Now, this means a few things, okay? there's not much to this, but that we can extrapolate something here, okay? You need to be careful how much stock you put into leaks, as they may be really old and not even remotely look like what the game will look like, okay? This was a leak, basically a recorded video from like 4 years ago, all right? Now, we also can extrapolate from this that we are likely to get more and more leaks during this year. I think more and more people are going to get in and around footage of the game, okay? Marketing assets, trailers, things like that. So I expect this to be one of the leakiest games this year. I don't think, however, that every leak is going to be genuine. I think a lot of fakes are going to crop up. AI can be very compelling. We saw footage recently. We saw a screenshot recently of the main character in a bikini that an absolute goon on the internet called, they called her fat, which is unbelievable. Anyways, they are, I think, going to continue to have things like that coming out, fake leaks. Now, the second thing we have, though, in relation to GTA 6 is a theory that it'll get delayed. And this theory comes from none other than Tom Henderson from Insider Gaming. And I like Insider Gaming and I like Tom, so I wanted to see what he had to say, all right? The headline asks a simple question. Will GTA 6 be delayed? History tells us it likely will. Now, first, he observes with Rockstar, and he says basically that about the game in 2023, all right? He observes that with Rockstar, nothing about the game, all right, in 2023 has, all right? It said that they basically said nothing. Sorry, I'm misreading my own script here. I apologize. He observes that with Rockstar saying nothing about GTA 6 in 2023, it did the following. It, quote, led to many rumors and rumblings that GTA 6 has already been internally delayed, with a delay announcement rumor to be coming soon. So essentially what he's saying here is, because Rockstar said nothing in 2023, a lot of rumors started cropping up that the game had been delayed. September, the rumors about the delay kind of hit a fever pitch, but then in that 2025 earnings call, the fall of 2024, in that earnings call, they said that the game is coming out in fall of 2025, okay? So, in their 2024 earnings call, they're like, it's not just coming, it's coming in the fall. And Strauss-Zelnick said they picked that window because they're very confident in that window. Now, Tom thinks the history of delays at the company is telling. GTA 5 was delayed, Red Dead Redemption 2, they both saw significant delays. But he doesn't just think delays are part of the picture here. He looks at how full Take-Two's calendar is in 2025. He says the following. Another point to consider is Take-Two's already packed lineup for 2025, even without a GTA 6 release. Borderlands 4, Civ 7, Mafia the Old Country, the annual releases of NBA 2K and WWE 2K make 2025 arguably one of Take-Two's most stacked years of all time. And that's without what will be the biggest release in the past decade. Now, I will say this. This is a completely fair observation. He's not the only one to make this observation about, hey, why are you going to step on some of your biggest titles and moneymakers? You got NBA 2K, WWE 2K, you got Borderlands, you got Civ 7, you got Mafia, you get all these games coming out. Now, here's my pushback, though. No matter what they do, they're going to step on their own games in some way, okay? They have their annual sports games. That happens every year. So no matter what they do, no matter if they delay the game or not, they're going to be launching in a year where they have other games coming out, okay? He did say that ultimately this is up to revenue and shareholder expectations, which is why I have a very different prediction than Tom Henderson. Given that they have set expectations twice now to their shareholders that there will be a big bump in revenue in the fiscal year that GTA 6 is currently scheduled, they also said fall of 2025, and the CEO said they were very confident in that range. I think GTA 6 shows up this year. If they delay it at all, I don't think they delay it past March of 2026. Why? Well, when you set expectations with your shareholders, that is a very, very strong motivator to get the game out on time. They've given assurances to them, number one, that the fiscal year will have a big revenue bump, and everybody knew what that meant, and now they're saying fall of 2025. Yes, their previous games have been delayed, but telling the public that a game is coming and then delaying it is one thing. Telling shareholders this game is coming and delaying it is a completely different thing. Now, we've got other news beyond GTA 6 and Black Myth Wukong. We've got a Nintendo patent and expectations about the Nintendo Switch 2. This report is coming from VGC. They say the following. New Nintendo patent appears ahead of expected Switch 2 reveal. Nintendo's latest filing adds weight to expectations that it will use DLSS-style upscaling, and here is what was found. Quote, as noted by journalist Laura Kate Dale, a new patent mentions using upscaling technology to reduce overall game sizes to fit a modern game onto smaller capacity physical media, for example, like game cards. And here's the quote. The example given is that a game with native 4K textures might need a 60 gig download, but a 1080 native version might only need 20 gig, which would allow to fit on a 32 gig Switch cartridge, the current max size Nintendo produces for the Switch 1. The idea being is to do a 4 times upscale on the device in real time. Now, the interesting thing here is that Nintendo seems to be motivated by install size, and that obviously then is going to help with performance. Putting something at 1080 and then bumping it all the way up to 4K would obviously give you a lot of headroom for performance. Now, commenting on this, not this report specifically, but Tom Warren from The Verge, this is a different Tom than Tom Henderson at Insider Gaming. Tom Warren from The Verge seemingly got corrected by John Linneman from Digital Foundry. Tom Warren tweeted the following. He said, there are so many rumors floating around about the Switch 2, but the funniest one is about it being as powerful as a PS4 Pro. Tom seemed to be indicating that it's humorous that people think a Switch is going to be that strong. Well, John Linneman from Digital Foundry replied and said, that is funny, because it's likely to be quite superior in many ways due to using modern NVIDIA architecture with access to features the PS4 Pro does not. As a portable device, though, it will be limited in other different areas. Now, I have continued to say that the Switch 2 will not be a powerhouse, but it also is not going to be some little measly upgrade from the Switch 1. Nintendo games are also a huge factor here. We were just watching a trailer for Breath of the Wild. A game like that could get a very, very big jump with upscaling technology if you lower that internal resolution and then you upscale it, especially when you're working on a 1080 screen. Now, obviously on televisions, it might look a little bit more noticeable depending on the game and depending on the methods that they use. Nintendo games are not very demanding games, all right? The Switch 1 is very weak compared to even something like a PS4 Pro or the Xbox Series S. Now, I don't think you would want a Switch 2 for your main gaming hub if you're going to be playing a lot of third-party games. I will say that. If you think you're going to buy the Nintendo Switch 2 and have a great experience and like a high-level experience with games like, I don't know, Doom the Dark Ages or something like that, I don't think that's what you would do it for. The Switch 2, from what I can tell, is going to be a sizable leap for Nintendo games over the Switch 1, which to me is a big reason to buy it. If we can play games like Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom at 60 FPS, the art style of these games is gorgeous and actually impressive that the size and scope of this game even runs on the Nintendo Switch 1. We're obviously going to have to wait and see. It's going to be announced before March 31st, as was previously claimed by the Game Awards Twitter account, which makes sense because given their reports of fiscals that during this fiscal year they won't release any hardware or they won't put anything out, they will likely then make the announcement before and we go into that new fiscal period. Now, I do have a game for your wish list and your radar before I start talking to the audience. We appreciate the insane turnout today. There's already a ton of you here, and I appreciate you guys so much for the support. Make sure you guys are smashing that like button. Now, this game actually does come out this month, which is why I want to put it on your wish list and your radar, and it's called Eternal Strands. It releases on Xbox Series consoles, PS5, and PC on January the 28th, so it's just around the corner by a couple of weeks. I really hope that folks do not dismiss this game simply because it does have an art style that we have seen quite a bit. Immortals Phoenix Rising, Fortnite, Wayfinders. I mean, there are a lot of games that are tapping into this art style. Even elements of Dragon Age Veilguard looked a little bit like this at times. Not the characters, but some of the areas that you're seeing right here. I actually hope that does not happen because I think this game has a lot of potential. The combat, the mechanics, the boss fights, it all looks really, really solid. They seem to have put a lot of effort and passion into this game. The voice acting, the writing, even the story in this particular trailer, it actually surprised me. It does seem like there's quite a bit to this game beyond an art style that may turn people off. I think this game might end up surprising folks, and if you aren't sure about this game, be sure to check out my stream on the 28th. I'm not sponsored at all. I mean, if they reach out and do a sponsored stream, I'll obviously tell you that, but I'm not trying to get a sponsorship. Generally, we don't do that here. We're not big enough to get sponsored segments just yet. That might start happening since we just hit 50K subs, but I'm not saying any of this as a sponsored person. I actually have looked at this game multiple times and thought it looks like it could be a really good time, especially these really big boss fights. They seem almost iconic. It's almost like a more mature Immortals Phoenix Rising, because you could do similar things in Immortals, but the combat system in Immortals Phoenix Rising was somewhat simplistic. So I'm going to be checking out this game on January the 28th, and if you want to check it out with me, you don't have to buy it. You can kind of wait and see if it's worth your time. So real quick recap, the Black Myth Wukong devs have officially weighed in on why the game is not on the Xbox yet. Big surprise, it's not an exclusivity deal, it's the Series S. Then we looked at the patent from Nintendo. We also looked at the GTA 6 leaks, and we also looked at the GTA 6 theory that it will be delayed. That came from Tom Henderson over there at Insider Gaming, and I ultimately disagreed with him for a very simple reason. GTA 6 is coming this year because they told the shareholders that it's coming this year. At the very least, if it does get delayed, it won't get delayed past March. So that's the news, and now it's time for the discussion. The view count's all over the place. I really hope that's just YouTube having a cosmetic issue. I hope you guys are not having to refresh. I'm seeing enormous viewership swings, and that usually means people are having to refresh. If you're having to refresh my stream, I really, really do apologize. That's not on my end. I've got a solid bit rate and no issues happening. So, and we've got some member gifting to thank. And MASH, hang on, I need to set the goal really quickly because people typically start doing super chats right now, and I forgot to do it. I will gift 5 members. Until next week, I'm still going to be doing that. We're celebrating 50K subscribers, and I'm going to be doing super chat gifting in response to 5 super chats, okay? And I got a 20 bomb from MASH. He does it. Han shot first, and so did you, and that sets us up for 382, and then Joker Quinn gifts one to 383, and then 384. One comes in from Jaster, and another 20 bomb from MASH puts us at 404. I already owe you guys 5 members. Thank you so much, MASH, for doing that. If you guys have never been here before, we are a super generous community. I'm gifting, they're gifting, we're all gifting. But we are continuing to ask as a community, if you've never done a membership before on YouTube, get involved, click join, and make sure you pick Member Plus. Also, if you have a gifted membership or you're paying for your own membership, consider bumping up to Member Plus. It's only $1 more. It's $6. We're trying to hit a big goal there, okay? If you can't do that, hit that like button, hit subscribe. Let's start chatting about the news stories. Sneaky Wolf and Stonespire both gift as well. They had the same idea. They wanted to set up the 20 bomb to 425. Thank you so much, Stonespire. He says, okay, I'm empty now. You're good. You're good. So, what do you guys want to talk about? We got the Black Myth Wukong thing. We had a pretty lengthy discussion this morning in Morning Coffee about it. That's a great reason to be a member. Morning Coffee, we get going early in the morning before the actual show starts. So yeah, make sure you have your notifications turned on. Also, everybody right now, if you can hear my voice and you're lurking, you're listening, whatever, check your notification bell. A lot of people's notification bell got switched to personalized instead of all. If you want to get all the notifications for my channel, uploads, live streams, member content, whatever, you may need to switch that. What's new with Black Myth Wukong? So Black Myth Wukong, the game director said that the reason it's not on Xbox is because of the shared memory constraints of 10 gig on the Series S. So he quite literally said what everybody had been saying up to now, and that there was issues with the Series S. And obviously everybody's trying to spin it and claiming that they're either lying or, that, well, I guess there is no exclusivity deal, but, that's what I was told. Or, the Black Myth Wukong thing is that it's delayed on Xbox. Or what is it? What is this? Miss Morning Coffee. Yes, they basically came out and said, the guy said it's the 10 gig of shared memory. That's why it's not on Xbox yet. Chase Haddon with 26 months and a Member Plus. Good year to be a Take-Two shareholder. I wish. Yeah, right? Yeah, good year to be a Take-Two shareholder. Good night. People still deflecting. Here's what I tried to drive home in the show open. This is what I don't get, all right? This is what I don't get. Why would you be continuing to defend it if it's clear there's an issue? Fixes glasses. Actually, it's an inadvertent console exclusive. Thank you, John, always for the €5. This is what I don't get. Claiming that, like, oh, well, he said they need more experience. I really need you to think about what he said. He's saying that 10 gig of shared memory is such an issue that they would need years of optimization experience to figure it out. Okay? So if you're like, yeah, see, it's the devs' fault. They admitted it's their fault. Well, let me ask you something. Was it then also Larian's lack of experience? They couldn't get split screen to work. Xbox engineers were helping Larian get split screen to work. Right? So I guess the Xbox engineers lack experience too. Or how about this? Let's take a look at all of the Xbox Studio games that have come out this gen, shall we? There's a pattern of games being delayed and not shipping at quality. Redfall, delayed, didn't ship at quality, shipped 30 FPS. Starfield, delayed, didn't ship at quality, had to patch 60 FPS in later. Forza Motorsport, delayed, didn't ship at quality, is still being patched and fixed because of how abysmal it was. They removed it from some competitive circuit because it was in such bad state. Right? Hellblade 2, shipped at 30 FPS. Avowed, delayed, shipping at 30 FPS. Let me ask you something. If it's the developer's fault and they lack experience, then I guess that's probably true of all of the studios that are shipping games like that on Xbox who are first-party studios. Maybe, just maybe, they're all encountering the same thing. Maybe even your first-party Xbox studios, many of which have more game experience than game science with Black Myth Wukong, maybe they don't lack experience. Maybe it's the Series S, something we've been saying this entire gen. It's a self-made Trojan horse. I said that like 3 years ago. I was like, this thing is going to cause issues. The guys from id Software said that before they got bought out, and then they deleted their tweets. And a $5 super chat from True SSJ Havoc says, so what we already knew, why is it usually Xbox guys that are delusional? I don't know if it's the Xbox guys. I think it's people that's what they deal in. They deal in fan fiction. And a single gifted from Jareth. Thank you so much for bumping the member line with a gifted member. Guys, always remember to check that $sign at the bottom of the chat. You may have a membership renewal to celebrate as well. Excellent point, Mr. Grimm. Yeah, they also bailed on doing split screen for Halo Infinite. Gee, I wonder what the issue is. Xbox first-party studios are abandoning things like split screen in Halo, delaying their games, shipping games at 30 FPS, shipping games that aren't at quality and don't perform that well. Is it a lack of experience, or is there something else going on? Black Myth Wukong is just another game in a long line of games to run into this problem. It's why Xbox games keep getting delayed. Stop kidding yourself. Black Myth coming late to Xbox. Baldur's Gate 3 coming late to Xbox. Xbox games coming late to Xbox. It's not a lack of experience. It's not ineptitude. It's the Xbox Series S. Apply Occam's razor. It's the simplest solution. It's the simplest answer. It just makes sense. The lack of split screen and co-op with Halo Infinite at launch should have been a clear signal that the Series S was the issue. For many people, many of us gave it a pass at the time. A $5 super chat from Smooches. Thank you for being completely honest about the Xbox. 2024 was not their year, but maybe 2025 is the one. 2025 is going to be the best year for them with cadence. Now, Avowed is shipping at 30 FPS on console, so I don't really give a frick about Avowed. I'm not playing it. I'm no longer doing that. I did it for Starfield and Hellblade 2. I got it on PC. I'm not doing that for Avowed. Avowed doesn't even look that good, in my opinion. I know people are looking forward to it. I know Pillars fans are looking forward to it. I'm not, and I'm certainly not going to play it on my computer because it doesn't even look like my kind of game. And again, I'm not buying it. It's 30 FPS. But they got South of Midnight. They got Doom. They got Outer Worlds 2, right? They're going to be putting Indiana Jones on PlayStation. I think Fable slipped when they moved Outer Worlds 2 earlier, and we were told they did that because something slipped out of 2025, I think Fable slipped out of 2025. I don't think it was Perfect Dark, because Perfect Dark was never slated for 2025. I don't think so. It was never slated or planned for 2025. State of Decay 3 was recently reported to being delayed out of 2025, but again, it was never slated or said out loud to be 2025. I think internally they were maybe hoping it was like an internal timeline that got delayed. I think Fable is the one that slipped. I do. Because I think Xbox is saying, hey, we have Avowed, South of Midnight, we have Doom, we have The Outer Worlds 2. That's our big 4 games. We don't need Fable. Doom and Outer Worlds 2 are coming to PS5. Yes. No, sorry. I was just saying they're going to make a lot of money, leaning into publishing this year. Yeah, Doom and Outer Worlds 2 are both multiplats. They are. Kratopsy says, watching grown adults reacting at the rate of a matter of years is worrying for the state of modern society. I'm not sure what you're saying. A good year for Xbox now, to me, just means a good year for games across plats, but it's better than having nothing, I guess, says MASH. It's no longer relative to PlayStation in my mind. That is long gone. Anyone remember Everwild? Yeah, we haven't heard anything about Everwild. I think the last thing we heard about Everwild is they lost their creative director. So I don't know. I don't know. I just, at this point, the pattern is very, very clear. And the question that everybody should be asking is, if the Series S has been causing these issues for all of the Xbox first-party games, with the exception, there are 2 exceptions. Forza Horizon and Indiana Jones both shipped at quality. They did. Credit where credit is due. Forza Horizon and Indiana Jones shipped at quality. Everything else either shipped without features or at 30 FPS or lacked polish or whatever words you want to use. Everything else did. Everything else shipped below what I would consider to be at quality. Oh, Hi-Fi Rush. Sorry, Lone Wolf. Thank you. Thank you for correcting me. There are 3 exceptions. Hi-Fi Rush, Indiana Jones, and Forza Horizon. Now, we can say, I think it's fair to look at Hi-Fi and say they were not pushing the bounds of like next-gen limits. Very contained game, very non-intensive art style, but it was polished. Those devs deserve huge credit for that game. It shipped at quality, and people really liked it, okay? Certainly not pushing the bounds of, ray tracing or high fidelity textures and all of that. But they've got those 3 games. Everything else has been delayed or shipped at 30 or shipped with problems. And it's like, how can you look at that and not see that, like, the majority of the games have had issues? Stalker 2? No, Stalker 2 didn't ship at quality. It had tons of performance issues. And that's not a first-party studio. I'm talking about the first-party studios. What I'm pushing back on is the idea that, like, oh, it's the devs' fault with this Black Myth Wukong situation. It's the devs' fault. And I'm like, what do you mean? There's a pattern of games coming to that platform late at 30 FPS or with problems, or all 3. Like, Redfall's all 3. Redfall shipped late at 30 FPS and had problems. Starfield shipped late at 30 FPS. Forza Motorsport shipped late with a bunch of problems. Hellblade 2 didn't ship late. It was at 30 FPS. Avowed is shipping late at 30 FPS. I mean, how many times can you see that and still think that when Black Myth Wukong devs are like, we're going to have to come late to the platform. Yeah, it's probably their fault. It's probably a lack of experience. They probably have a vested interest in lying to the public about something that even Xbox first-party studios have been doing. Like, what in the world are we doing here? Where's the critical thinking? Where's the analysis? It isn't hard to see. I remember doing a podcast a while back. I had 30 and Still Gaming on, and I had my boy Doc Dark, right? Doc, quit doing laundry in your videos. I'm just kidding. And Doc said, he asked the chat, he said, does anybody here think that Spider-Man 2 won't be 60 FPS? Right? Credit where credit's due. Doc has gone after Xbox on the 60 FPS thing this entire gen. It's why he left and went to PC. He still is on like Team Xbox. He's still on Team Green. but he's on PC, okay? But credit where credit's due, he gave them grief about 60 FPS this entire gen. And the point he was making was nobody doubted that Spider-Man 2 would be 60. Why? Because there's a pattern. There's a pattern from first-party PlayStation studios. You platinumed Ronin? Holy cow. That's pretty impressive. That was a big freaking game. So when he said that, it was a good point. It was like nobody doubted it, all right? When you come over to Xbox, it's like, no, there's no confidence at all. It's like the devs won't speak to it. They kind of avoid it. And all of a sudden it comes out in like an interview or like a passive comment. Like the guy from Avowed like said it in passing and answering a question. It's like, oh, okay. If that's what keeps happening, if you're not confident in that, I don't know why you would see that pattern on one platform and not conclude that clearly there's something else going on here. It's not an issue with the Black Myth Wukong devs. That doesn't make any sense. If you're going to keep blaming the devs, you're going to have to do a lot if you're going to keep blaming the devs. We got a lot of people finding the stream today for GTA 6. If you're looking for details on GTA 6, there was a brand new leak. It was footage from 4 years ago. My prediction is we're going to get a lot of GTA 6 leaks this year. Be careful thinking that like, oh, that looks really bad. I mean, this leak was from literally 4 years ago. It was some guy with a cell phone. Also, we had a theory from Insider Gaming. Tom Henderson theorized that GTA 6 will get delayed. Now, I have said the GTA 6 release date is happening this year because of what they told the shareholders. Tom Henderson seems to think they're going to delay it primarily because the year is already full of games. And they delay games a lot. I think it's a solid theory. I just don't agree with him. A $10 super chat from P-Dub H-Town. Second gen Microsoft has fumbled. Xbox One and the Force Connect and the DRM. This gen a tiered system. All the woes of Xbox are self-inflicted. They should have done a digital Series X instead of the Series S. False promises. Do not have any disagreement with you there. Yeah. Zero disagreement with you there. I think they've made it very, very clear that somebody somewhere is not just should not be in charge. Like somebody somewhere just should not be in charge. Like if you're going to be continuing to do this, if you're going to be continuing to say, hey, you know, we want to make hardware and be in the hardware space, then, you know, do it right. Then they didn't. Like I said this in a recent video. They made the mistake last gen of targeting non-gamers with TV, and now they're doing the same dadgum thing. This is an Xbox, this is an Xbox, this is an Xbox. Yeah, I know, you're basically going after non-gamers again. You're going to non-gamers and saying, this is an Xbox, this is an Xbox, this is an Xbox. And that is, I'm telling you right now, it's not going to work. It didn't work last time. It's not going to work this time. If people are currently not gaming in large numbers, I don't think they're going to suddenly start. They're not going to say, well, you know, we've not really played, we've not really ever done this, we've not really ever done this thing with gaming, but now I can game on my TV. I really don't think you're going to see people do that. I don't. You're not going to see people like rally around this new thing, this new effort. They're once again going after non-gamers. I think Xbox is going to see their biggest growth. I think they're going to see their biggest growth opportunities in other markets on PC, and that's it. They're going to see bigger growth for like Game Pass on PC in other markets. I don't think you're going to see like this explosion of people doing like this is an Xbox with their TV. They're once again targeting non-gamers, and I don't think it's going to work. I just don't. Yo, and Connor makes confetti. Thank you so much, Connor. Every 5 super chats, I give 5 members to the community, and you guys have already done it. I will gift 5 members. Let me reset that goal. At the top of the chat. Thank you so much, Connor. With a 24 euros, he says, Xbox should have done what Sony did and keep the power on both disc and digital, same power. I agree with you. They posted something about GTA Online. It's gone to 14 now. Yeah, at this point, yeah, that's a Tuesday. I don't know. I think they're just going to mess with people for the rest of the year. I think Rockstar's going to mess with people for the rest of the year. Like, I know a lot of you are looking for GTA 6. A lot of you are finding the stream because you're looking for GTA 6. The current situation with GTA 6 is one where I think they're just going to keep trolling. I really do. I think they're just going to keep trolling. They're going to mess with you on Instagram. They're going to do funny tweets. You know, I think it's going to be more leaks. You know, please respond and shut down Gargants. He really wants your attention. What's he saying? Take-Two CEO says performance concerns are a non-issue regarding GTA 6 running on the Series S. So how is the biggest AAA open world game of the 25 able to run on the Series S and Black Myth can't? Is the game out yet, Gargoons? Is the game out yet? It's a simple question. You keep pasting the same comment. Is GTA 6 out? Is a CEO an engineer? Look, track with me here. Do you think Strauss Zelnick was going to say, oh yeah, there's some serious performance concerns on the Series S? You think he's going to do that as a CEO of Take-Two? What you're saying is ridiculous. Number one, the game isn't out yet. Number two, he's a CEO. Number three, it was just a very PR-friendly answer. Yeah, there's no performance concerns. I'll tell you what. You can cling to what the Take-Two CEO said. I'll just look at the actual results of the games that come out. Like, I don't know virtually every single game that's come out that has issues on the Series S with respect to like 30 FPS versus 60 resolution, no ray tracing almost ever. Like, we can look at actual evidence of a pattern of games coming out and having issues with the Series S. The Halo developers, no split screen. Larian Studios, we can't get split screen to work on the Series S. Xbox engineers couldn't get split screen to work in Baldur's Gate 3. Inatria comes to Xbox late. Xbox games come to Xbox late and at 30 FPS. And now Black Myth Wukong is coming to Xbox late. But sure, cling to what the CEO of Take-Two said about we're not concerned with performance issues of GTA 6 on the Series S. Can you install his statement and play it at 60 FPS? Because there's plenty of games you can't do that with on the Series S. Explain the magic of Starfield running at 60 FPS on Series S then? You understand that I have not once said you can't get games to run on the S or you can't get games at 30. What did Starfield ship at? Answer me that. Redfall, Starfield, Hellblade 2, and Avowed. They all shipped or are shipping at 30 FPS. Adding 60 later doesn't matter. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about shipping games on time. Shipping games on time at quality is not the pattern from Xbox this generation. So who gives a frick about Black Myth Wukong? Your first-party studios can't even do it. Redfall was a disaster, and it was delayed, and it was 30. Starfield delayed, shipped at 30. Forza Motorsport delayed, didn't ship at quality. Avowed delayed, shipping at 30 FPS. Hellblade 2 shipping at 30 FPS. It's a dev issue. All the devs in the world, every dev, all devs ever. It's a Larian problem. It's a Ninja Theory problem. It's a Bethesda problem. It's an Arcane problem. It's a Turn 10 problem. Every dev. So it's someone's mad. Maybe you are, since you can't keep up with the conversation. It's a problem with every developer? Did Forza have missing features at launch? Forza Motorsport did, yes. Hang on, I missed a super chat. I'll keep it going. Ghost14 with a $5 super chat, and Ghost14 gifts a member. And we have a renewal from Maximo at 19 months. That takes us to 410 members on the week. You guys are the best. To me, listen, this isn't hate. It's just straight facts. Like, you can't sit here and keep blaming the devs when Xbox first-party studios are doing the same dadgum thing. Some devs can do it, some can't. Okay. Forza Horizon, Hi-Fi Rush, and Indiana Jones. What a triumph of a gen that Xbox has had these last 4 years. What a triumph. Forza Horizon, Hi-Fi Rush, and Indiana Jones. 3 games that shipped at quality and on time. Hi-Fi Rush, it wasn't on time. It was a shadow drop. But you get the point. Blaming the devs doesn't make any sense. Even 343 dropped Split Screen. That's a first-party studio. That's your flagship title. That's a ground-level feature that's been in Halo for, I don't even know, since the beginning maybe? But you're going to sit here and say that it's the devs' fault? It doesn't make any sense to me. Like, I don't understand what's so hard about just admitting what's really going on. Did your coffee order go through? Hang on 1 second. If you guys are enjoying the show, the passion, the fireworks, I keep it safe for work. You may have noticed I get wound up and loud, but I'm not in here cursing and swearing. It's a safe for work broadcast. Do me a quick favor. Smash the like button. There's a ton of you here. I know a lot of you are looking for GTA 6. I'm going to give you as much GTA 6 news and leaks as I can this year. We're going to monitor it, so make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Everybody check your alarm bell, your notification bell on my channel. A lot of you got switched from all notifications to personalized. Double check your notifications bell that it's on all and not personalized. You won't get notified about my streams and uploads if it's not checked properly, okay? And let's get to 300 likes on the broadcast. We need 39 more likes. Smash that thumbs up. Make sure it saves your thumbs up. You can gift members. You can super chat. If you decide to become a member, pick Member Plus. It's $6 and it gets you into the back half of my channel, right? It gets you into the secret stuff, right? And we also have coffee for you coffee drinkers. That is not a sponsor. That is ours. My wife and kiddos ship it to you with little thank you notes. And an order of coffee comes in from Predator. He bags himself 6 bags of Frickmas. Thank you so much. And a $5 super chat from True SSJ Havoc. I remember even Sparking Zero was stated to have a problem with split screen. Nothing, noting the Series S. People who can't admit Series S is an issue just want the Xbox brand to die. It really did change my noties. Yes. Spread the word. Check your noties. Your noties have probably been switched to personalized. And when that happens, you will not get notified about my stuff. You won't. What did he say that you agree with? Maybe Xbox should drop parity then so the X can compete with the Pro. And somebody says that's the first thing you said that makes sense. All right. Let's entertain that idea, Gargoons. Let's entertain your idea, okay? Let's entertain your idea. Let's drop parity, okay? I don't think, number one, I don't think the Series X can compete with the Pro, okay? I know guys that run, Xbox fan fiction podcasts have said that. They have no idea what they're talking about. So that's kind of not even possible. Second, you're going to ask devs to basically make another version of their game. They already kind of are, which is part of the problem. And Behemoth comes in with a 20 bomb of gifted members. Holy cow! And takes us all the way to 430. You guys have already unlocked Community Game Day. Tomorrow in the afternoon, we're going to be doing some Jackbox. Hilly may have something that he's going to be predisposed. He may not be able to join us, but if you hit this goal, we'll do a Friday night stream with Madam as well. And I'll have to think of a stretch goal because you guys are probably going to hit a stretch goal again. You guys have been crushing the support. Unbelievable. Thank you, Behemoth. Yeah, you can't start asking devs. I really want you to think about what you'd have to ask the devs to do. Why'd you change my noties, Lono? No wonder I haven't seen your stuff. I thought we were friends. I'm going to blame the S for this. Yeah, Doc, I noticed that certain people weren't around, and I was like, I don't know what's happening. And then somebody said that their noties got changed to personalized, and they weren't getting notified. It's like, I'm still doing uploads and live streams, baby. I mean, this is what I do. This is what I do full time. Behemoth says, to all the gifted, please be good and respect and wish you an amazing time here. Thank you, Behemoth. And a single gift that comes from Joker Quinn and bumps the line to 431. We are now 20 away from 450. I'll drop more members at 450. Y'all are the best. And get us to 300 likes. Holy cow, there's so many of you here. Let's get 10 more likes on the video. No, nobody's hijacked the conversation. It's been passionate, it's been fun, but it's been respectful. It has. I don't think, to entertain the idea about well, couldn't they make the game and make it to where, there's basically a series, you like debating Lono? I know you do. That's why you're on an alt account, so you're done here. You're on a 2-month-old account, so hopefully you got some clips. I don't want you getting a gifted member. That's why I'm banning you. I'm not banning you because you were disrespectful. I don't like people on gray name alt accounts that are 2 months old getting gifted members. I don't like that. I don't like people's hard-earned money going to somebody like you. Lono, explain why devs shouldn't optimize for the Series S if I only had an S. Okay, here's the problem, Doc. Multi-layered problem. And you probably even know where I'm going to go. Number one, Xbox's hardware saturation is not good. Okay, so the Xbox hardware saturation's not good. So that's reason number one. Reason number two, games typically go to Xbox, struggle to perform well if they are not on Game Pass. Ratio of sales is always the weakest on Xbox. It's a culture of people who don't buy games. That's not shade. Y'all have bragged about not having to buy games for a long, long time. You can't suddenly clutch your pearls when someone says, folks over there at Xbox don't buy games in large numbers. They've been conditioned to wait for Game Pass. They've been conditioned to only use Game Pass. That is evidenced in the sales numbers. So that hurts it. Reason number three, Chris Dring from GameIndustry.biz. Chris Dring came back from the GDC earlier this year and said that a lot of devs are questioning putting anything on Xbox. And the reason cited was nobody knows what Xbox is doing. And this year, we heard from Jason Schreier at Bloomberg. He said even the higher-ups don't know what's going on. The plan seems to be changing every other day. Just this year alone, Xbox is telling the consumer, you don't need an Xbox. You don't need our console. This is an Xbox. This is an Xbox. This is an Xbox. When your platform becomes a nebulous nothing but vapor and ether, it's like, okay, well, what are we making our game for exactly? Are we making it for the Series X? Are we making it for the Series S? Are we making it for Series S profiles to run on the cloud? Do we want our game primarily running on the cloud? Do we want people experiencing our game with potential latency or lag or input delay or anything like that? You're making it really, really difficult for devs to say, hey, you know what we should do? We should spend extra development time, resources, and money optimizing our game for the smallest platform, least amount of sales, and for more work. And then if we're late to the platform, Phil Spencer or a Microsoft spokesperson is going to tell the public there's no hardware limitation, which passively means it's the dev's fault. Those are the reasons you don't want to optimize for the Series S or the Series X or Xbox in general. Who's going to sign up to make a game for the platform now? Who? They've completely bumbled this gen. Phil Spencer saying that in that interview when asked about, Baldur's Gate 3 and Larian and split screen and saying, oh, there's no hardware limitation. And then a Microsoft spokesperson tells Forbes the same thing. Do you want to make a game for a platform that's going to blame you if it doesn't come on time? So it was Larian's fault, not a hardware limitation. It's Game Science's fault. It's not a hardware limitation. Black Myth Wukong devs. And Natria came late. Right, oh yeah, it's their fault too. It's everyone's fault. Everyone's fault but the hardware. Who wants to make games for a system like that, for a platform like that? I think third-party developers are already right now skipping the platform. They've already made the decision. Mark with a $5 super chat. Wukong makes a PC with the 4090 bend to its knees. PS5 still doesn't perform well either. If the devs say they can't get it to run on the Series S, move on. Bro hates Wukong? Yes, because you watch clips of me on Twitter or grifting YouTubers who talk more about me than anything else. No, I've never said that I hate Wukong. I have a stream on this channel where I thought Black Myth Wukong was a Game of the Year contender. It was one of my most anticipated games this year. I don't hate Wukong at all. It performs terribly. They use frame gen to double the frames. Digital Foundry called it an abuse of the technology. I don't hate Wukong. You hate the truth. By the way, if you're looking for GTA 6, I can tell a bunch of you are coming to YouTube and searching for GTA 6. I'll give you the too long didn't read. There was a GTA 6 leak. It was scraped as where it came from. It's authentic and real. It was recorded in Rockstar San Diego 4 years ago in 2021, and not much to be seen other than Lucia standing in the game, and they were working on a PS5 dev kit, okay? This, to me, signals we will likely get more and more GTA 6 leaks this year. I also went through a theory from Insider Gaming. Tom Henderson, I like Tom, I like Insider Gaming. He theorized there will be a GTA 6 delay. I don't agree with him. I think he makes good points. I don't think his theory's bad, but I don't agree with him. I think GTA 6 will ship on time, mainly because of what they said to the shareholders. They have now told the shareholders twice that they're going to get a big bump in revenue, that it's coming in the fall. Strauss Zelnick said they picked that time because they're very confident in it. I don't think you signal that to the shareholders and not show up on time. If it does get delayed, it will not get delayed beyond March of 2026 so that it still lands in the fiscal year, because the shareholders are going to want it to. Sven, with a Member Plus renewal, thank you so much. That takes us to 432 members. Guys, thank you for 300 likes. Thank you for so many gifted members and super chats. We're 2 super chats away from confetti again. You guys are crazy. Eugene says, hang on. I'm going to use this monitor. Eugene says, that's too complicated of a response. A simple response is, just because you bought a device doesn't mean third parties have to support it. That also, yeah. David N with 3 months at Member Plus. Congrats on 50K subs. Everybody that helped us hit 50,000 subs, guys, thank you so much for helping us hit such a monumental milestone. You are the best. Dark says, is Wukong considered optimized in PC terms? Because the PC is saying it's not optimized, and yes, it is the devs just needing more time. All right, I'm going to take that question, Doc. You're right, but I have bad news for you. A lot of studios struggle with optimization, especially in UE5. Now, I want you to track with me, Doc. Right now, and you know this is true, you and I are brothers in the Series X conundrum, okay, which is why you went to PC and I primarily play on my PS5 now. We both did the same thing. We parted ways with the Xbox console, okay? We're brothers in that, all right? So, you know what I'm about to say is true. If Xbox would have just done the Series X this gen, you'd be able to play a poorly optimized Wukong right now. You would. You would. You could join the PlayStation brethren in playing a game with crappy use of frame gen and ghosting and stuttering and dropped inputs and input latency. You could. You could be just as miserable as I am when I try to play that game. Now, a lot of people were fine with the performance. They played at quality or they played on balance mode and they had a perfectly fine time. If the Series S didn't exist, you could be playing the game right now. That's the truth. That's the truth. The causality in this situation is the Series S, and we all know it. We all know it. It's not the devs. It's not a lack of experience, right? Plenty of games are coming to market that need day one patches or have to patch themselves after the fact. Plenty of games are doing that. The Series S comes in the room and it says, I'm going to make this worse. Yeah? It's like everybody's jam-packed like sardines on an elevator, and the Series S is a 2-ton gorilla that's like, okay, I'm going to squeeze in here, and I'm just going to make this situation even worse than it already is. Plenty of devs are struggling with optimization right now, and the Series S is just a compounding effect. We talk about this all the time. Games get delayed. They don't ship at quality. They need day one patches. People are struggling with UE5. Well, what do you think the Series S is going to do in that scenario? Make it better or worse? Is it going to make it better or worse? Is it going to help or is it going to hurt? Checkmate, I can't argue. Yeah, see, that's why I respect you. I was like, if I approach this from this way, I know Doc's going to agree with me. That's the issue. That's why you're on PC, Doc. That's why you're on PC. Why? Series S. Why am I building a library and primarily playing on PS5? Series S. I came into this gen with an enormous Xbox library. I started back with console gaming on the 360. I loved my Xbox One X. I only got a PlayStation so I could play Destiny with my community, and then I got a PlayStation 4 Pro so I could play Spider-Man and God of War 2018. That was my library. That was my PlayStation library coming into this gen. Was Destiny 1 and 2 and Spider-Man and God of War 2018. That was it. That was my library coming into this gen. And look at me now. Look at me now. I get called a pony because I just went where the games were. I was like, well, they're launching more games. Their games are great. I'm going over here. Moaning about performance when you spend a couple hundred on a system? I don't think anybody's moaning about performance on the Series S. I think we're saying it was a bad decision tactically. People that bought the Series S are not like, boo-hoo, I should get better performance. Which, to be fair, Toby, if you go back and watch the Series S marketing, they have every right to be frustrated. They were sold a bill of goods. That thing is not doing what they promised it would do. I can't believe Jason Ronald is even still at the company after everything he said in that video. If that was even remotely his idea to ship the Series S, man, oh man, did he mess up. Luke Vader with the $5 super chat says, I'm tired of the media and social media acting like Xbox is winning. You're the only one fighting to keep PlayStation alive. Thank you. I'm the only one fighting to keep PlayStation alive. PlayStation doesn't need help at all. I'm not even talking about PlayStation today. I'm talking about Xbox. Doc says, I have plenty of videos dunking on the S, but time after time, games keep coming out on it and running. Indiana Hellblade, I don't know. Maybe the truth is in the middle. But Doc, hang on a minute. Hang on a minute, Doc. You're looking at the wrong side of the dice, right? You're like, I got a 6 here. Well, hang on a minute. James with 3 months of memberships. With limited funds, what next-gen console should I be saving for? Currently Xbox. I wouldn't, if you're saving funds for a console, I wouldn't buy an Xbox console right now at all. I would buy like a refurbed PS5. Grumpy Exile with a gifted member. Thank you so much. Think about it like this, Doc. You're like, games come out and they run. Okay. What's the pattern been with Xbox Studios this gen? What's the pattern? What's the one thing that irritated you and me both equally, Doc? Say it with me. I'll say it with you. 30 FPS. So, when you look at the Series X, promises of the Series X, and you know the hardware that's in the Series X, what do you think the reason is that Xbox first-party studios keep shipping games late? They ship them late, and then they ship them at 30 FPS. Why do you think that's happening? Series S. So yeah, they're like getting games to come out, but Redfall was late at 30, Starfield was late at 30, Avowed is coming out late at 30, Hellblade 2 launched at 30. You can find a used PS5 for close to the price of an S. Do yourself a favor and avoid the S. Yeah, if you're saving funds and you're trying to get into the console market, there is literally no reason to buy an Xbox console. Long-standing Xbox fans are abandoning the console. They're either going to PC or PlayStation. There is absolutely no reason. If you're trying to get into the console market, a refurbed PS5 is your best option right now if you're trying to save money. It's bad optimization, says Doc. Xbox doesn't even know how to optimize for its own platform, but eventually it runs. Doc, what do you think that communicates to third-party developers? Like, what do you think that communicates to third-party developers? By the way, if you're just tuning in and you're looking for GTA 6 news, I know every time I put GTA 6 in the title or on the thumbnail, y'all come pouring in. There was a leak. There was also a theory it'll get delayed. If you want to watch the show open, I go through it. If you want to ask me questions about GTA 6, hit subscribe, type in my chat. I will answer your question, okay? We're talking about a lot of different things. It's a variety gaming news show, okay? Guys, do me a favor. If you haven't hit the like button, hit the like button. Let's get 400 likes on the video. Another huge turnout for the day. You missed the second one? Oh, did you do another gifted, Grumpy? And another gifted from Grumpy. And oh, I see what he's doing. He sets us up at 435, exactly 15 away from the next milestone of members. If you've never done a membership before on YouTube, you can help us hit a huge goal today. We hit 50K subscribers. That's awesome. We're trying to get 600 people at Member Plus, okay? So hit the join button and pick the $6 member tier, okay? If you've never done a membership before on YouTube, you get into all this extra content that I create, extra streams. We do a morning segment called Morning Coffee, just for members. We do an afternoon segment, just for members. We do a Friday night stream with my wife, just for members. You get into the Discord, just for members. So consider becoming a member to this channel. It's consistent content. It's uploads, it's live streams like this, and then a whole bunch of other stuff for members as well. Somebody said something about the Pro. He said he had a limited budget. If he's on limited funds, I wouldn't recommend getting the Pro. It's the most expensive console in the market. It's a $700 device. The Pro's balance mode is 45 FPS, but it looks great. Yeah, I need solid 60, and I don't want frame gen. I can't play games like Space Marine 2 on my PS5 Pro. I can't play games like Kane and Bridge of Spirits. I'm playing Plague Tale Requiem right now. Gorgeous. Rock solid 60. I can't play 45 and Wukong in their 60 performance mode. It's just so jittery. It looks terrible. Doc says, what if GTA 6 drops on the S without issues? Will that be a bigger help for the S? I don't know. I wish Xbox only made one console too, but I really can't knock the S. Did Black Ops 6 do anything for hardware sales? I don't think it did. That was a huge game. You can get it on Game Pass, for crying out loud. It didn't do anything. Peachy Creamy with 7 months. Counterpoint. Why do I like Doc Dark? That's right, the Series S. Peachy Creamy renewing their member and getting us to 436 members. Thank you. Oh, you play 45 on the Steam Deck. Yeah, I know some people don't mind the, like, whatever it is, the 120, 45 FPS mode. I don't like it. It doesn't look good to me. It's just my own personal preference. I'm not knocking it and saying it's bad. I just don't like it. I don't. So, yeah, Doc, I don't think GTA 6 is going to move the needle for Series S all of a sudden. Like, oh, it runs well. Oh, my gosh. I mean, people are like, Starfield ran perfectly fine on the Series S. I'm like, really? It did? 30 FPS? Oh, okay. You got me. Woo, you got me. I saw my own face. That was terrible. That was a terrible face. That was a terrible face. Yeah, you really got me, boys. Oh, my golly. I know they updated it to 60. I know they updated it to 60. It doesn't look good at all. It doesn't look good. You need 90 FPS? That's butter? Yeah, I'm happy with 60. I'm good with 60. I played Destiny for a long time at like 144 and then 120. And it just always created these capture moments for me with my capture card. And so I just got used to 60 FPS. I was like, I'm done. And there it is. Rissick says, Happy New Year. Let's start it off with the bang. He makes confetti. You the man, Rissick. Let's start another goal. Every 5 super chats, you make confetti. Every 5 super chats, I add 5 to the count. Let's go. 441. And here come my members that I owe you. You guys are the best. Haddigan says, I'm curious your take on this. A Nothing Burger or another Microsoft L? A Master Chief and Doomslayer crossover episode was pitched for Secret Level. Microsoft said nah. Why would they say no to that? Is it because they didn't want to have an actually good piece of Halo content out there since their show was so horrible? I heard it got better in Season 2, but they canceled it. Doc says, next gen, one Xbox console, but it still might be weak compared to what PlayStation might do. I really think Xbox is going to the value route heavy. Let PC be the power platform for Xbox. Doc, I got a whole different vision for what Xbox is going to do next gen. You know what they're going to do? They're going to start with handhelds, and they're going to let other companies make handhelds with their gaming operating system on it. And then they're going to do the same thing with this gaming console PC hybrid thing. It wouldn't surprise me at all if they start saying, you make it, you sell it in your market. We don't want to do that. They're pulling their hardware out of markets right now. Guys, thanks so much for being here. Again, if you're looking for GTA 6 stuff, just hit subscribe on the channel and then talk in chat. Also, long-standing subscribers, I'm going to say this a lot. You're going to get tired of me saying this. Make sure that YouTube is saving your like on the video. Let's try to get to 400 likes. But also, make sure your notification bell is set to all. A bunch of people's notification bells got switched to personalized, and you're not getting notified about my content as much. So switch that. Let's go into the new year, and everybody get that little chingering whenever I upload a video or go live. We've got a lot of uploads planned going into the new year. We're going to do a lot more content. They'll make a lame portable, mark my words. I actually have a lot of confidence in the Surface team making a good handheld. They're going to end up going from chasing Sony to chasing Steam if they're not careful, says Zubair. Yeah, I mean, there's been commentary about that. Like, the Lenovo announcement in, like, 5 days about the alleged device that's going to have, like, the Steam OS or whatever. There's been some commentary on, like, that could be Steam almost cutting in line. But Xbox is going to be at the event, so we'll see what they announce. Mine was set to personalize, I just checked. Yeah, you want to set it to all. P-Rock says it'll fail because there's no profit for those companies, and they will be overly expensive. I mean, at one level, I don't think Porter Rock's prediction on that is necessarily, like, bad. I actually think that's a decent prediction, but I think the market's going to shift a little bit. I think gaming handheld devices have good growth potential in certain markets. I think in Korea and Japan, maybe even in China. I don't know about China. I don't know if they have a big gaming on the go culture. I think they do more PC gaming. Like, they have, like, PC gaming cafes and stuff. So I don't know about China, but I know, like, in Japan and Korea, basically in Asia across the board, there's a lot of gaming on the go. And if you could get a hardware manufacturer that's more endemic to that market making a handheld, and then they say, oh, I'm not buying from Xbox, I'm buying from Samsung, I think they would be far more likely to get success in those markets and get. Then Phil Spencer said that their biggest opportunity for growth is PC Game Pass in the Asian market, and he said in an email that, like, Asia is their path to success. It's going to play a pivotal role, so that would be a potential, growth engine for them. They could be in markets where right now you can't get people to buy an Xbox, but you could get them to buy a Samsung gaming handheld. I think gaming handhelds have big growth potential outside of the West, outside of America and Europe. Xbox handhelds will never let you run another OS. They're going to lock the hardware down to stop that. Yeah, potentially. A $5 super chat tip from Kiri86. Hot take, only the Series S should have existed. The power platform already exists and it's PC. I don't know if I'd call that a hot take. I'd call that a bad take. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be mean here. The Series S, just the Series S, they would have thrown in the towel. They would have basically had nobody wanting to buy their system this gen, or or make games for them. Mick Pratt with 19 months and a VIP. What's good, feed? I see you in the chat. We are 8 members away from the next milestone of 450, where I owe you guys some members. We're 39 likes away from 400. Thank you guys so much for tuning in and being here. We're covering a lot of different topics. This channel is called Reforge Gaming. This is a variety gaming news show. I do it Monday through Friday. It's safe for work. A lot of people treat me like a podcast, and you can do that because I at being safe for work, you can throw me on in the background of your day. 75% adopted the S. We don't have a hard number on the split. 75% was for like 1 month. We don't have hard numbers on how many bought the S versus how many bought the X, right? You're also ignoring the fact, Daniel, maybe you're not ignoring the fact, maybe you aren't aware, they constrained production of the Series X and they made more S's. That doesn't mean that the market demanded the S over the X. They quite literally weren't making enough X's, and a lot of people just got tired of waiting and bought an S. Game Over Cholo says, the main reason I got a PS5 Pro is the struggle I had finishing all the bosses on Wukong. Stellar Blade on Pro runs amazing. First party gonna be fire. Yeah. Somebody was showing, was it what's his name? He's the handsome guy. Odie, is that his name? He always makes the funny videos. He's bald. He makes the funny videos. He's got kind of a nice African accent, I think. Is that his name, Odie? I'm blanking on his name. I feel terrible. Was it him this morning that I saw? Yeah, it was Odie. Odie had a video. Was it him or was it somebody else? Yeah. So he had a video of Uncharted 4, and he was basically like, man, Naughty Dog, they just make such like beautiful games, like such stellar games. And the prospect of a Naughty Dog game being built from the ground up for the PS5 as well as the PS5 Pro, like, holy mackerel. Did you guys see Digital Foundry, like, gushing over the intergalactic footage? They couldn't believe what they were seeing with some of the shadows and stuff. They're just like, man, this just looks amazing. That game's going to be, once people get over the fact that, you know, there's a bald woman who could beat him in arm wrestling. You know, once they get over that, I think it'll be a really, really good game. What's the top-selling handheld outside the Switch? I'm not actually sure. So, you have to hear me on this, okay? You have to hear me on this. When I say there's potential for gaming handhelds in certain markets, I am not saying that gaming handhelds are going to explode and be crazy and be mainstream. I'm just saying Xbox, like Microsoft may see those markets and avenues as just a way of extending and growing their reach. I don't think they're like, oh, we're gonna sell, you know, 100 million handhelds in Japan. You know what I'm saying? I just think they're viewing them as good additive markets for their efforts. Yo, a single gifted from Connor. Thank you so much for gifting a member, Connor, and it bumps the line to 443. If you guys get a gifted membership to this channel, make sure you turn your notifications on. We do a lot of extra content for you, a lot of extra shows for members. Well, I don't know if an Xbox handheld is a good idea without a home console too. It's got to be a hybrid. Man, Doc, I feel like you're holding on to the past. I feel like you're holding on to the past, man. Satya's vision is not what you're talking about. They don't need a home console anymore. They just don't. I just don't. Their vision for Xbox is just. Maybe you didn't catch this. I caught this, Dark, earlier last year. I called you Dark, Doc. We're not on a first name basis anymore, Mr. Dark. I caught this last year. Both Phil Spencer and Sarah Bond, when they started saying every screen is an Xbox, if you pay close attention, they stopped using the word console and they started using the word hardware. I think that was super intentional. True SSJ Havoc with another gifted bumps the line to 444. I think that was extremely intentional. When she said, the next generation is going to be the biggest technical leap, she never used the word console. She said hardware. Everyone's like, no, they're making another console. They're doing it. They already confirmed they're making another one. I'm like, I'm pretty sure they haven't said console in a while. They just keep saying hardware. Prove me wrong. I may be incorrect. There could be more recent interviews where they say console, but I'm fairly certain. I am very, very confident in this. They don't use the word console anymore, which to me, that is a gigantic signal. That's a big signal that a traditional console is not in the future. It isn't. Show the link. Sarah never said console. Here, let's look at the exact quote. Sarah Bond, largest technical leap. Let's get the exact quote. The largest technical leap you will ever have seen in a hardware generation. What the frick is a hardware generation? It's console generation would be the term. Hardware generation? It even sounds weird when you say it. If they don't make another console, then I'm extremely intrigued with their next move. Angry Pete with 39 months. Haven't been here much the last 2 weeks due to the holiday travel, but back to great content in the new year. Keep it coming. Thank you so much. We are now a 5-bomb away from 450. Who's taking the glory? I owe you guys more members when we hit 450. Somebody hit that 5-bomb. Corpo speak? Wait, hang on. Let me see if I can find the Phil Spencer internal email. Every screen is an Xbox. Let me see if I can find that report. Yeah. February of last year. Phil Spencer, Microsoft memo, Xbox everywhere. Microsoft is preparing where every screen is an Xbox. Okay, Phil Spencer says the new strategy. So this is February of last year. All right. I'm trying to find it. Okay, hang on. Today, we'll be posting a special episode of the podcast. We're going to discuss the vision. We'll look at the state of the medium, multi-devices, friction. We have a future where you can easily discover games, play the games you want with the beat. Let me just search the dadgum article for the word hardware. Yeah, I can't find it. He doesn't use, I'm pretty sure he does not use the word console. Yeah, in his memo internally, the word console doesn't come out. I swear there was another internal memo where he talked about it, and he said, I mean, here's the full quote from Bond. She says, we've got more to come. There's some exciting stuff coming out in hardware that we're going to share this holiday. We're also invested into the next generation roadmap. What we're really focused on there is delivering the largest technical leap you will ever see in a hardware generation, which makes for better for the players, better for the creators, and the visions that they're building. I'm really proud of what the hardware team is doing. We're really thinking about creating hardware that sells to gamers. Here's Spencer talking because of the unique aspects of the hardware. It's kind of an unleashing of a creative capability of our hardware team. I mean, listen to that, dude. He says hardware once, twice, 3 times a lady. Yeah, 3 times in one span, like real quick span, creating hardware, aspects of hardware. It's kind of unleashing the creative capability of the hardware team. Hardware. It's like TV. It's like all of a sudden, listen, when these guys talk like this, it's not accidental. This is coming from the internal. Happy New Year, everyone. Thank you, S Legion, for 3 months of memberships. If you guys want your membership to count towards this every month you renew, upgrade to Member Plus. It's $1 more. And then every time you renew, you add to this. And could we get 19 more likes on the video? I guarantee you we've got a big search volume from GTA 6. Let me check on the back end here. If you guys have questions about GTA 6 and that's why you're here, yeah, oh, for frick's sake. roughly 20% of you have found this video looking for GTA 6. Listen. There were leaks. There's a theory about a delay. If you've got questions about GTA 6, hit subscribe on my channel and then ask me a question about it, all right? I know some of you are probably looking for that information and you're like, they're talking about Xbox. They're not talking about GTA 6. It's a multi-topic live stream. I'm not going to sit on one topic the entire time. So if you have questions about GTA 6, I'd be happy to answer them. Happy New Year's. Not so much in here in the NOLA. Oh, yeah, man. Condolences to you and everybody there, FCAT. Holy frick, what a terrible thing. What a terrible dadgum thing. This is the only thing I could find with Phil saying anything about consoles. Okay, Eurogamer. Okay, when is this? February. All right, let's see here. I'm going to search the article for the word console. Consoles. Lau, this is from Shannon Lau. The company had an internal Tuesday town hall where Spencer told employees there were no plans to stop making consoles and that Xbox would continue its strategy. Yeah, but hang on a minute. That's the one. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for that report where he said they're going to keep making consoles. I need that report because, again, I feel like that was bad reporting at the time. He didn't say console when he said that. I need to find that report. I swear he didn't. You got to help me find that. He internally made assurances that they're not going to stop, but I swear to you, that was the beginning of the use of the word hardware. I swear that it was. Omni's got a question. This is something you guys can do with your membership tier. Omni, I'm going to answer your question, then I'm going to clear out the queue. Thoughts on Rockstar's Instagram post going from 27 to 14? Is it a hint? So if you're looking for a GTA 6 trailer too, listen, the idea that they're going to be dropping hints on Instagram and teasing us again, I may or may not do a waiting room. We're going to need more than an Instagram thing, though. Wasn't it Sarah Bond? No, there quite literally was a post. Oh, shoot. Hang on. Undo. You're gonna have to resubmit your question, Stonespire. Resubmit your question. I cleared it out and I can't get them back. Yeah, as far as GTA 6 leaks or GTA 6 trailers or any of that crap, like we may do a waiting room. I'm gonna need more than their Instagram post. The waiting room was fun. But I'm not going to do that every time a Rockstar farts. I'm just not. There are good reasons to do a waiting room, and there's bad reasons to do a waiting room. We'll have to wait and see. Also, this is the leaks. If you guys didn't see the leaks, all right, let me throw this up on the screen for y'all. Small GTA 6 leak comes from within Rockstar offices. Okay, so it's been a year since they revealed it. All right, so. It was first shared on Reddit. User Just Love It posted an image of the game that was reportedly taken in 2021. They said that it was taken by someone that they were close to that worked at Rockstar. I think it's been long enough I can post this. So it was basically a 4-year-old thing. You saw Rockstar offices. You saw some dev kits. It was a PlayStation 5 dev kit, I believe. And then it got re-uploaded elsewhere. I'm not going to show it to you because it contains things that are probably under copyright protection. That's why Insider Gaming's not showing it. So that was the GTA 6 leak. And now apparently Rockstar has once again messed with their post count on Instagram. They were keeping it at 27 and it got everybody buzzing about December the 27th. And now let me see here. Rockstar Games. Yeah, they've now limited their posts to 14. And the 14th of January is a Tuesday. So Nobody with 33 months and a member plus. I don't know why, but YouTube keeps preventing me from renewing my membership, and I have to unsub and then cancel membership to renew it. Well, that's ridiculous. And then Joe Pesci Batman with a member plus. Guys, if you do an upgrade to member plus, I count it as 2. So I'm going to check on the back end here and see if Joe Pesci's Batman is just a renewal or an upgrade. No, you rejoined. You've been at that tier level for 12 months. Thank you so much, both of you, for renewing. That bumps the line to 447. We are now 3 members away from the next milestone of 450, where I gift more members to the community. And another question coming in from a member here. This is something you guys can do. I'll always answer your questions. You don't have to be a member to ask questions, but you can have your question featured on the channel if you are a member. We have established that the parody of the S was a huge mistake. How do they move away from it and let the players take the library with them? Is this handheld hybrid the way forward? I mean, no, it's not. I think the handheld is a way for them to crack into other markets so that they can get more people into their ecosystem or on Game Pass. Congrats on Reforge for 50K subscribers, Doc and P-Rock for 10K. Yeah, I saw that. I was rooting for both Doc Dark and his brother Porter Rock. I was like, man, they were so close to 10K all this year. I was rooting for them. They both hit 10K subs, and then I hit 50. I really like both those guys, right? I do. You know, Doc, I never feel like there's any malice in his content. He's usually doing a bit, playing more of a character, and I like that. Porter Rock can get maybe a little bit more gruff and rough around the edges than Doc, you know, but I like both those guys. I think they bring, you know, good voices to the conversation, right? So I appreciate both those gentlemen. Can anybody find me the article? Phil Spencer memo, still making consoles. I need the memo where he said that. Wait, there was a Rolling Stone interview where he said we'll still make consoles in the future, and that was in November of last year. All right, hang on a second. Huh? Okay. No. Speaking of consoles, he had a definitive answer. He said, we'll definitely do more consoles in the future and other devices. Okay, so there you go. They still are using the word console. I'm incorrect. That was in November of last year. That's fairly recent that he did that interview. So they definitely switched to saying hardware an awful lot, but in November that Rolling Stone article has him saying the word. Yeah, that's just a couple of months ago. Like 2 months ago or 2023. It was the date on the article was did I misread it? No, November 14th of 2024. Right there. November 14th, 2024. See the text? This is mere months ago, and he used the word console. He did. Okay, so I want that internal memo, though, from earlier in the year, because I swear in that internal memo he said hardware. I swear that he did. I'm not sure. I don't see a badge next to my name. What the frick is going on? Yeah, he just celebrated a renewal. Doc says, I'm glad, Lona, that you can see me. Some take me too serious. It is me, but it's an overhyped me. Kind of like the PS5 Pro. Unnecessary, but better. Listen, Doc. I could build a me that's as strong as you for $700, okay? This analogy is breaking. Nobody with a member plus. What's going on? Is it going to give you a badge now? I've told people that a lot, Doc. I'm like, there's no malice in what he's doing. There's no malice. It's a caricature. Like, he's just having fun, you know? There are guys out here, all right? There are guys out here that make bleed green content. They are big time Xbox guys, And they are malicious. They write fan fiction. They lie. They make things up. And I'm like, that is not Doc. Doc's just having a laugh. Like, he can't take him that serious. Close your dryer door. Doc, you should start putting like little Easter eggs in your video. Like, put something in the background, you know what I mean? And somebody wins the prize. The first comment to point it out wins the prize, you know? It's like a Where's Waldo, you know what I mean? Like, where is it? Where is it? Like, looking in your video in the background. PlayStation 5's future officially confirmed by Sony boss. Is this news? I don't know. What are they saying in the article over there at gamingbible.com? Don't worry about the future, says Sony, the co-CEO, on the future of the brand. Oh yeah, this was recent. Yeah, doesn't he talk about how we believe hardware will not disappear just yet, even beyond the PlayStation 6. Yeah. Because people are thinking, this again comes from the idea and the notion that, you know, it comes from the idea and the notion that there will be, you know, no hardware in the future. Everything's going to move to the cloud. Yeah. That's a common thing that people have been claiming. And I think he's pushing back on the notion of like, no, we're not going to leave the hardware market. Absolutely not. That's a common theory that gets floated around. And I think he's just pushing back on the notion of like, no, we're going to have hardware for the foreseeable future. Lono, I might make thumbnails. Someone talking to me about says I have potential. I just want a Walmart sponsorship. I'll say this, Doc. I'll say this. Somebody in your corner that understands YouTube and understands titles, descriptions, keywords, thumbnail design. Yeah. I think you could go the distance with it. I do. Because I think in this business of sitting on a camera and doing it professionally, charisma goes so much further than like skill, right? Like I'm not very skilled at video games. I'm fine. I can play them, right? I can finish them in a reasonable amount of time. I'm not some like god tier professional, right? In games, this is clear. You've probably seen footage of me failing in Stalker 2, right? So I would say charisma goes a long way. Personality goes a long way. And I also think, and I mean this, if you look at the people that are really successful at this, and you know they tend to have good growth. Being good looking also helps, and you certainly got that side of the DNA. You got that side of the genes from your family. So you know, I do. I think because if your thumbnails started showing up in search feeds and suggest, and weren't all just kind of you standing there, you'd get a higher click rate. Because I think this is another thing I think you do really, really well. In the realm of content creation, you come up with really good POVs that make people want to click. But if every thumbnail looks the same, so like if we were just to do a real quick flyover of your channel, because I always see your vids, I always see your titles, right? Where are you? Okay, there you are. So we've got Xbox Series S is the problem. No, optimize better. That would get a better click rate if there was a thumbnail. If it said it on the thumbnail. If you had those words on the thumbnail. The best decision of this generation. A response to Puerto Rican Kid Smooth. Xbox is winning because they're cheating. Oh my gosh, that would be a great thumbnail. Holy cow. But when every thumbnail looks the same, it really hurts your click rate. Xbox is making a PC, but don't we already have it? These are good POVs. These are good opinion pieces that people would click on. Bald females in video games. Yeah, you would have gotten a crazy click rate if you had her on the thumb. Yep. Yeah. I would let whoever's going to help you. I would. I know for a fact that a lot of those POVs and opinions would perform well on YouTube. I think this is the source for the internal meeting. It's a paid article from Shannon Lau. Okay, hang on. The company had an internal Tuesday town hall where Spencer told employees there were no plans to stop making consoles and that Xboxes will continue to be part of the strategy. That involves multiple kinds of devices. Xbox does not immediately return requests for comment. Yeah, I thought for sure in that memo he said hardware. But he said more recently in the Rolling Stone interview that they're going to do consoles. So that kind of shuts the whole thing down that I was thinking. I thought for sure that they had like stopped using the word console. So I was incorrect, I was incorrect. And here's the thing, that we've got a lot of claims about a console hybrid. They call the handhelds consoles. If you look at like Best Buy and you look up the Asus and stuff, they're classified as consoles. So Xbox reportedly has no plans to stop making consoles. The Gamer lists this newsletter as their source. Yeah. Everybody's running with that back then. My memory of it, which it could be a false memory, my memory was we looked at the memo and the memo was like very, very much not saying the word console. Like I thought we looked at the memo and it said hardware. I must be misremembering. Catch you later, Lono. Am I hitting the DMs for more advice? I'll let you know. Yeah. You can always ask me advice on how to do YouTube. I've been doing it now for 5 years. I had to make the transition not just to YouTube, but to live streaming on YouTube and to variety coverage and to uploads. And I've learned a lot of hard lessons along the way. Their console will be a PS6. It plays Xbox games because it's an Xbox. I don't think so. Yeah, it's only 4 games. Guys, thank you so much for 400 likes on the video. We're 3 members away from me dropping a 5-bomb on you guys. We're 3 super chats away from me dropping a 5-bomb on you guys. Thank you guys so much. Reforge, did you see the tweet from Jez Corden responding to somebody criticizing the exclusivity deal article, and he said that Xbox has told him not from sources that he claimed? What exactly did he say? I mean, listen, if there were people at Xbox that told him that, we talked about this morning in Morning Coffee. I would need to go and look at the headline. I think reporting that you heard that is fine. You just have to say it is claimed. That was the mistake. The mistake that Forbes made was that they had a headline that didn't say it was claimed. They had a headline that claimed it. That's different. You know what I'm saying? I can't find the tweet you're talking about. If I'm going to interact with what he said, I want to see exactly what he said. And a 5-bomb from Siege Master. That is an agent of chaos. That pushes us past to 452. Thank you so much, Siege Master. If you guys got a gifted membership from Siege Master, be sure to say thank you. Let's see here. Where did he say it, and how did he phrase it? He says remains true. At the time, they didn't mention the S. Xbox believed there was a launch window, arguably confirmed by Phil's comments to Totillo, but now it seems they've given up trying to optimize it. Consider it impossible, not worth it. I've asked Microsoft if they plan to help. So Jez is now reporting that they might not even bring the game. I can't find the tweet that you're talking about. It's too much radio silence. A 5 bomb from P-Dub H-Town. We're on a little 5 gifted train now. 457. Thank you, P-Dub H-Town. A 5 from Siege, a 5 from me, and now a 5 from P-Dub. Jez, another liar? I don't think Jez lied. I think somebody at Xbox told him that. A $24 Euro chip from Connor says, check this guy from Forbes. I don't like saying his name. I don't respect him. He is the one that had the headline that was not true. Instead of saying that, you know, this is what the headline should have done. This is how Insider Gaming did it. Black Myth Wukong PlayStation exclusivity deal, it is claimed. As soon as you say it is claimed, you're in the clear. You're in the clear. And this is what I said this morning in Morning Coffee, okay? My question to Forbes or Jez or anybody, would you have written the exact same article in the exact same way if the shoe was on the other foot? If you had a source at PlayStation make a claim about a deal that Xbox had, would you run that as if it were true, or would you run that as if it were claimed? That's my question to both Forbes and Jez. Jez comes in here sometimes. He could come in and answer himself. That's my question. Would you write articles that way? Like if a PlayStation spokesperson claimed or privately behind the scenes claimed, yeah, the Xbox has a deal on that game. No, you wouldn't do that. You wouldn't write the article as if it were true. Since when do we write articles as if something's true because this company is claiming that company has a secret deal? You would write it either as a rumor or you would put in your headline, it is claimed. That's the point. It's like if the shoe was on the other foot, you would have never written articles like this. You would have framed it so differently. Like imagine PlayStation, like some guy being like, yeah, I've got an insider at PlayStation, and he said that Xbox has a secret deal on that game. Okay, well that's just a claim. That could be a rumor. That could be water cooler talk. That could be anything. Do you see what I'm saying? Like you wouldn't do it the other way, but because somebody at Xbox claimed that PlayStation has a secret exclusivity deal, you write articles and headlines that claim it as fact? That's ridiculous. That's not how those things should. That's not how that information should have been handled. That's my opinion. My opinion is that if you're going to write something and you only have one side of the story, then it should be framed that way. And the guy from Forbes really struggles to get the other side of the story. He has a history of not getting the other side of the story. Like, that's the issue, is I have absolutely zero problem with somebody saying, I have a source at Microsoft, this is what they told me. I have no problem with that at all. There's nothing wrong with that. But you have to frame it up as that. That's what it is. It's a claim. It's not a fact. Yeah, I mean, people are now saying his latest defense is that Black Myth Wukong drama is that Sony and Game Science never denied my previous report, so it could still be true. Yeah, this right here is not how you write headlines. This is not how you write headlines. Black Myth Wukong isn't on Xbox yet due to an exclusivity deal, comma, it is claimed. This right here is not how you write something like this. You had someone from Microsoft claim this, an insider, not even public. At this point in time, it was not publicly stated or spoken to. It still hasn't been publicly spoken to. Microsoft didn't say anything. Microsoft said we can't speak to the deals of other companies. So even Microsoft didn't say publicly there was a secret exclusivity deal. You had someone privately claim it who works at Microsoft or Xbox. You don't write that headline as a fact. You either add a question mark, is this going on? Or you say it is claimed. That's not journalism. That isn't journalism. It's dishonest. It lacks integrity. You should not be writing headlines like that because somebody over here claims it. I know it's really difficult when you're dealing with claims instead of facts. That's another thing he really struggles with over there at Forbes. Like, there's a difference between a claim and a fact, right? I can claim anything. It doesn't make it a fact. I could claim that PlayStation has a secret exclusivity deal with Burger King. You don't go write that as a headline because it's not a fact. It's just a claim. That's the issue with how this has been reported on. If you go to Google and you type Black Myth Wukong secret exclusivity deal, okay? Go to Black Myth Wukong and you search for secret exclusivity deal, and you go to the news. Let me just do, let's take out the word secret. And let me search for Insider Gaming. This is why you guys... Hang on. What did I search for earlier? Here it is. Okay. This is why you guys should follow Insider Gaming. You should support Insider Gaming, and you should support Tom Henderson, because this is the standard of journalism that we should be asking for in gaming right here. Black Myth Wukong has exclusivity deal with PlayStation, comma, it's claimed. This is how you write. This is how you report on claims. Yeah? This right here. That is why you should follow Insider Gaming on Twitter. That is why you should support Tom Henderson in that outfit. And stop following, retweeting, and clicking on articles from people who are basically writing hit piece blogs. Like, no. Stop it. No. IGN's crap article about Wukong from the person who wrote a puff piece for Bungie in 2021 and helped them cover up their misconduct wants to write a hit piece on Wukong. No, stop following these outlets and stop giving them clicks. Support an outlet that actually has the integrity to... There was a time where I took issue with one of the headlines at Insider Gaming. Tommy Hendy went and changed the headline because he agreed it wasn't the proper framing. It injected emotion into the situation. That's the kind of outfit you're dealing with over there at Insider Gaming. These other outfits are a joke. You just get a claim and you just, oh yeah, here's our headline. Get out of here. The other thing that a lot of these outlets won't tell you is they won't tell you that they're paid in information. Don't get it twisted, okay? Especially Mr. Forbes over there. He is paid by Bungie with information. That's a enormous conflict of interest when you can write an article and have it ready to go when you've got all of the press from Bungie secretly behind closed doors, right? You get all that information. That's money. That's ad revenue. That's click rate. You are paid in information and you don't disclose that relationship to the public, which is a lack of ethics. Like that's not ethical. You should know when someone is essentially paid in information. If I get access to a game, if I'm given a free code to a game, and I'm not paid to play it, I'm not given sponsorship money, but I'm given a code to a game for free, I have to divulge that to you because I'm essentially being paid with access. Well, a lot of these outlets and a lot of these bloggers, they are paid with access and they don't divulge it to you. So yes, they're going to write stuff like that. And they're not going to bother to put it is claimed or it's a rumor or, this isn't a fact yet. We don't know. That's why you shouldn't go to those outlets or give them click rate or give them ad revenue or give them a follow on Twitter, because they're paid with access. And they don't divulge it to you, and they should. An honest person should. Anytime Bungie gave me access to stuff ahead of time, I would tell you guys, yeah, they sent this to me early so that I could give this information to you. I never kept that a secret. Sebastian with the $5 super chat. Did you hear about the company saying that they'll talk about their Switch 2 and accessories they're making at CES? Oh, at CES, there's going to be talk of Switch accessories? We're one super chat away from confetti. Thank you so much, Sebastian. Yeah, I didn't know that. I've not seen that report. Zubair says, man, this year has started off real ranty. I'm here for it. Funfetti SDO with a $5 super chat. Let me reset it really quickly so it counts for the next one if anybody does another one. It's not letting me. There we go. SDO says, how do the people at Forbes not think, is this similar to Xbox and Larian issues before publishing gossip as a fact? Jez is going to block you on Twitter today. I've not said anything about him. I was looking at the Forbes article. I don't even know how did Jez's headline go? Do we know? How did he structure his headline? He was told by somebody at Xbox there was an exclusivity deal. Reporting on that is not a problem. It's all in how you frame it. Black Myth, Wukong, exclusivity, Windows Central. How did he frame it? Is this him reporting on the Forbes report, or is this his? New reports. Okay, so this is him reporting on Forbes and IGN. Okay, so that's not an issue because he's literally repeating what they're claiming. He says, report, Black Myth Wukong may have. You see? Everybody calm down. Look what Jez said. See this word right here? You see how important that is? Report, Black Myth Wukong may have a secret exclusivity deal with PlayStation, preventing an Xbox release. That's a perfectly fine headline. That is a perfectly fine headline. There's nothing wrong with that. He said may. Do you see? There's nothing wrong with that. You're allowed to do that. You're allowed to say may, maybe, it's claimed, might, question mark. Like, that makes it to where you're like, well, we don't really know. Jez is the first one. Did he write an article or did he tweet? I can't remember. Did he write an article and claim it, or did he just say it on Twitter that that's what he had heard? I can't find if he wrote an article about it. My issues and statements yesterday. What did he say yesterday that you take issue with? He should have had rumored. I mean, he put May. That I think is totally fine. He was reporting on Forbes and IGN's reports, and he put in the word May. I think that immediately puts you in the clear. Immediately. He's got another one here where he put rumor in the headline, but this is for something else. Rumor, another big Xbox game is headed to PS5. Why is he doubling down, defending, instead of just taking fault, apologizing, and moving on? I don't understand what he's supposed to apologize for if he simply reported what he had heard. All I know for certain is, okay, so he said this yesterday. Here, let me put this up on the screen. Hang on. He says here, all I know for certain is they told Xbox there's a deal in place. Xbox believed there's a deal in place. I'm reporting what Xbox believed to be the case, at least back when I did my original report. They have so far declined to refute that. He's not a lawyer that can cross-examine people. He just reported what people told him. I did the same thing with Starfield in January last year, and remember how people came at me? I was like, all I did was tell you what I had heard. I didn't tell you it was definitively coming, it's a fact, write it down, believe it. I was like, no, this is what I was told. I have sources that told me that Starfield's going to end up on PlayStation. If it doesn't happen, am I supposed to apologize to somebody? If a source tells me something and it doesn't end up happening, I'm supposed to apologize? I don't get that. He says the game science told Microsoft there was a deal. It would be crazy for them to lie to their own staff internally about this. I don't think that's the case. But again, if that's what he was told, I don't know what you expect him to do. That's why I said it's totally fine if you report on this and you say it is claimed, hey, this may be going on. We don't know. This is what I heard. This might be happening. That's totally fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. The reality, however, hasn't exactly planned out that way. Thanks to some savvy timed exclusivity deal across with Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and Black Myth Wukong and Stellar Blade. Oh, this is another article. Yeah, but what's the timeline here? October 21st. Yeah, that's after. Isn't that after the Forbes thing? Zubair says, that's why we invented all those words, so you could express the idea that something may be true or that you heard it from a source. We paid for those words. We should use them. He should say something to the effect of, this information was wrong. His report was wrong. Okay, hang on a second. Devil's advocate, Eugene. Devil's advocate. The guy that comes out and says, the game director comes out and says what he says. He says that there's a memory issue here, okay? What if, track with me here. I was told by my source that PlayStation helped with the development of the game. That goes through the telephone game of the internet, and Xbox is then communicated, somebody at Xbox communicated, is like, yeah, they have a deal with PlayStation. Both can be true. Like, it doesn't necessarily refute or contradict what he heard. Does that make sense? It hasn't been directly refuted. We know for a fact that PlayStation stepped in and helped with the game. I've continued to say that my theory about what happened is that ran through the telephone game of sources and this, that, and the third, and it comes spitting out in the other end. And it's like, you got Microsoft guys saying, yeah, we heard Game Science has got to deal with PlayStation. There you go. It's not a secret exclusivity deal, but there's some kind of a deal. If PlayStation's involved in helping, there had to be some pen to paper about NDA or something. Like, it wasn't just like a weekend bash at a ski lodge. They went and helped. So if that's the case, then I continue to think that's what happened. If you report facts and rumors, it's incumbent upon you to be extremely clear in which way you're reporting. On September the 1st, he said, Xstasis said, I have never mentioned that the problem was specific to the Series S and that it's been conveyed to me. I still 100% believe that Sony has not paid anything to exclude Xbox. And Jez says, I don't think they paid either. I don't know if they paid for exclusivity, but they certainly exchanged something for exclusivity, maybe engineering support, but there's an exclusivity situation, in quotes, from what I've heard. That literally backs up what I'm saying. That backs up what I'm saying. I think it went through the telephone game of the internet, and PlayStation helping Game Science with development got interpreted, translated, or whatever into they've got a deal with Sony. I don't think it's an exclusivity deal, though. I don't think that's the appropriate word to use. You could say priority. Maybe they got priority. It's like, well, yeah, if you guys are going to help us bring the game to your platform, well, you're going to get priority. We're going to go over there first. We're trying to figure out this memory situation over here. Do you see? I feel this is more nuanced than he's supposed to come out and say, well, my report was false. I officially retract my report. I don't think he needs to do that. Sony paid an R&D that produced a competent console that could run the game. Well, right. What's this guy saying? Yeah, I mean, for goodness sakes, even IGN did a better job with theirs. Black Myth Wukong's delay on Xbox is due to an exclusivity deal with Sony, a knowledgeable source has told IGN. And then their headline is Black Myth Wukong, Xbox delay due to Sony exclusivity deal, not tech issues, according to source. Jiminy Christmas, the only person that wrote their headline incorrectly is Mr. Forbes. Everybody else, at least, even IGN, did a better job with their dadgum headline. There's nothing wrong with this headline. This is perfectly fine. When IGN's writing better headlines than you, you are down bad. You're down real bad. Yeah, money hatting is when you basically pay to keep the game off the platform, yeah. Detective Seed says, PlayStation 100% went and helped with the game to optimize it as best they could. I went to school and graduated with one of the guys. That is how I knew about this last year. I think that was the deal, and I think that deal has just gotten misinterpreted and mistranslated. That's all. I think it's that simple. I don't think Jez Corden's a liar. I don't think he needs to publish an apology. I think he heard a bad interpretation of something that had taken place. And his headline about it when he covered it said, there may be an exclusivity deal. That's exactly how you're supposed to write headlines about this. Even IGN says, according to a source. Forbes is the only one that wrote a headline that is absolutely not accurate. It's written as a fact. And that shoe fits. That individual has a habit of writing articles like that. Not checking with the other side and taking claims as fact. Yeah, the shoe fits. A $5 super chat from Dark Taco. Perception is everything. Whatever you call it, Lono, the casual is going to call it and perceive it as an exclusivity deal. For sure. He needs to correct the record. Has there been any information to come out to correct the record? A game director saying, excuse me, a game director speaking to the Series S's memory does not directly refute the report that, or the claim that, there was some kind of a deal. It doesn't. Don't need an apology, just a retraction. But listen to me now. Them speaking to the memory constraints is not a direct refutation of the claim that there was a deal. Do you understand? I think the causality is the Series S, but that doesn't mean there wasn't some kind of a deal. Just imagine this with me for just a second. I think both things can be true very easily, and let me explain. They were clearly having issues optimizing the game for console. Which console was giving them the most trouble? The Series S. That's been established now. That's what's been established. That's a fact. Okay? What also has been established is that PlayStation leaned in to help, which got the game, more than likely, more fast-tracked and prioritized for PlayStation. That deal, from a distance, sounds like an exclusivity deal. Yeah, they got a deal with PlayStation. It's going to go to PlayStation first. Both can be true. They all ran with Money Hat secret exclusivity deal and he's sticking by it. No, Jez did not say that money was exchanged. There are literal tweets of him saying he doesn't think they paid. He thinks there's some kind of an exclusivity situation. He quite literally said that he doesn't think that they paid. He said that on Twitter. The people that were running with the money hatting was like when Ryan McCaffrey said it on Twitter and then deleted his tweet. He immediately said it had been money hatted. And then the Bleed Green podcast were saying that it was money hatted. Jez isn't out here claiming it was money hatted. He never said that. Don't you see? I'm trying to draw a line here. If you come out and you say, this is what I heard, you don't publish a retraction unless concrete evidence comes out that directly refutes it. Like if they came out and said, we have absolutely no deal with PlayStation. Yeah, he can report that and say this is what they're claiming. Listen, this goes both ways, okay? If somebody from Microsoft made a claim that there was a deal, you report on it as a claim. If someone from Game Science claims there was no deal, same thing. You report on it and you say, they're saying there's no deal. It's just another claim. We don't have concrete information right now. We just have two people saying different things. At that point, it's a he said, she said. It is. Yo, it's good, K. Cole. Thank you for the $2 super chat. I'm being fair in both directions. It's like, just because the Game Science guy says what he says, it's not a direct refutation. It doesn't falsify the claim over here. Logically, it doesn't falsify it. So, just report on it. Black Myth Dev is claiming the Series S is the reason. Okay, cool. You are once again reporting on a claim. Everyone's in the clear still at that point if that's what happens. The only person that should publish a retraction or edit the original article to include its claimed or source's claim is Forbes. Forbes is the only one that has a headline that should be edited or adjusted. IGN's article headline was fine, and Jez's headline was fine. They all posed it as a claim or a maybe, not as a fact. Game Science probably asked both platforms to help get their game on both consoles. PlayStation probably sent more help, and immediately. Microsoft doesn't seem... Yeah, we had reports last year that it was hard to get a response sometime. There was a couple of developers that said, like, we can't get an answer. We can't get a response. This is not a terrible theory. Let me see your shirt. Superman. I wish it was an all-over print. I wish it was on the back as well. He said, she said, with one knowledgeable party and one party who shouldn't even be in the conversation. No, I agree with that logic. If Game Science is saying there was no deal, which they've never come out and publicly said that there's no deal, they haven't. They haven't. If Game Science came out and said there was no deal, then yeah, I think that holds more weight than some insider at Xbox. Broken Earth says, exactly. If it is framed as a rumor, then asking for a retraction or a reframe is insane. They already said it was a rumor. Precisely. See, that's why you're protected. When you cover things like this with that, you're protected. You like when I covered the Starfield thing and I was like, I am just conveying to you what I heard. Well, I'm protected. If it turns out to be false, it's like, I don't owe you an apology or retraction. It's like, that's what I was told. What do you want me to say? Just go back and read him defending a Kugan, and you won't listen to anything he says ever again. Or, I don't know, maybe look at his coverage of what happened to me in 2020. He doesn't get both sides of the story. And then he publicly lied and said that he spoke to me about it, and he didn't. That's false. He said that he would come to me and ask me questions about it, and he never did. So, the shoe fits. Like, it's not surprising at all that he ran with a headline of claims as fact. That's not new for him. That's not new territory. Remember when the Capcom collection just said, nah, we aren't going to Xbox? Xbox, the situation just keeps getting worse. Xbox struggles this gen are no secret. Every time they seem to be ready to turn a corner, they get a self-inflicted situation. On the heels of a killer showcase, we are once again having to come to Xbox late or skip the platform. Oh, a game coming late. Yeah. I thought they fixed that, though, with the Capcom collection. What's good, Pokélena? Didn't they fix that? I thought they rectified it. Excuse me. Okay, if you are new here, we talk about all sorts of things. And Black Myth Wukong is certainly the lead story and the Series S. But also, GTA 6. I know a lot of you guys are searching for GTA 6 news. They apparently, Rockstar has adjusted their count again on Instagram. We may or may not do a waiting room stream like we did last time because it was so much fun. We could just start to make it a meme, honestly. Anyways, if you're looking for GTA 6 news, hit subscribe and ask me in the chat. Also, those of you that use the bell button on my channel, you might want to check your notification bell button. It got switched to personalized. It should be on all, so make sure and switch that. If you haven't hit the like button yet, do me a favor and do that. Let's get to 500. If we can get to 500 members, you will unlock a Friday night stream with Madam. And then tomorrow we can work on a stretch goal, and we can do something goofy that night. You guys have already unlocked Community Game Day. We'll be playing Jackbox tomorrow afternoon. And if you unlock the stream with Madam, we'll also do Jackbox that night as well, because I know some of you can't play in the afternoon. So you get a doubleheader this Friday, and we're super close to hitting the goal. We're only 40 away. You're either paying for a Series S experts to learn Wukong code or Wukong devs to learn the Series S. Either way, the generation's half over. How much do you expect to make on Xbox? Yeah, let's start pulling up questions that you guys have submitted here. Stonespire says, we have established that the parity of the Series S was a huge mistake. How do they move away from it and let players take their library with them? The handheld hybrid. Oh, you already asked this. Hang on. Let's pull up the next question. Do you believe Take-Two's earnings call will confirm or deny a potential delay of GTA 6? Oh, yeah. What happened? My glasses literally jumped out of my hands. Did you guys see that? I think they came alive. Anyways, GTA 6 trailer 2, waiting room 2, book it. Yeah, waiting room 2. We'll just keep adding numbers to the waiting room. So we will 100% know if GTA 6 is delayed after the first quarter. We'll come out of the first quarter and we'll know, because they'll make it clear on their earnings call, because their shareholders are going to want to know going into the next fiscal year. Are you going to make it? I think we get trailer number 2. I'll say this. I bet you we get trailer number 2 potentially with a release date before that earnings call, because they're going to want the public riled up and the shareholders riled up to have a really strong fiscal year. If GTA 6 has been delayed, buddy, they're going to have to let the shareholders know, because that's going to be a significant dip in their projected revenue. I mean, significant. Glasses were like, nah, bro, I'm out. That's literally what it felt like. It was like, whoop. I was like, huh? Even Kanye knows. Yeah, I guess Kanye's saying that The Last of Us Part 2 is like what the greatest game he's ever played or something like that. That Sucker Punch's third game, Ghost of Tsushima. They did Ghost of Tsushima, and before that, didn't they do, what was it? Infamous? Is that them? Sucker Punch Games. Yeah, they did Infamous. They did a couple of Infamous games. They didn't just do one. Oh, are they Sly Cooper? Yeah, they're also... Oh, they did the Sly Collection. Yeah, they did Infamous Second Son, Infamous Second, Infamous 2, Infamous Festival of Blood, Infamous First Light. Yeah. It looks like they also did Sly Cooper, or the Sly Collection. Official waiting room 2 presented by Loan of the Trailer Keeper. That's right. So, yeah, that's my prediction on when we find out about a release date or a delay of GTA 6. Another question here from Citizen JV. If Xbox is still making consoles, will it affect Xbox still making games or porting games over to PlayStation or Nintendo Switch? I just don't know. I don't know how they're going to handle the Nintendo Switch, because the Nintendo Switch was a part of today's story. The Fantastic Four is going to come to Marvel Rivals. Oh, man, that game is just going to be able to just keep adding characters. They're going to maybe have to rotate characters out, though. I don't know. It might end up with too many. You can have too much of a good thing in a game like that. It can almost get overwhelming to have that many characters. Anyway, I don't know how Xbox is going to handle the Nintendo Switch, because right now, the patent that we covered this morning essentially was that they have patented some type of technology that is going to enable them to basically downgrade, or I'm sorry, take a game that's got like 4K textures or whatever. Let me pull up my script so that I say it exactly right. I don't want to get this wrong. They're trying to get the install size of games down. So like the Nintendo Switch patented something that's going to help them do that. For example, this is what came out of the report. I'm scrolling. The example given is that a game with a native 4K texture might need 60 gig to download, but a 1080 native version might only need 20 gig. The idea being you could do a 4 times upscale on the device in real time. That's what's been patented at Nintendo. Something that would take a 4K game down from 60 gig to 20 gig, and then you would do a 4K upscale. I'm sorry, a 4X upscale, a 4 times upscale. So, from where I sit, that could make the Nintendo Switch a very, very compelling offer if you can do that with your game, if you can scale it down to that degree. And I think, man, Nintendo pulls, bro. Like, people want to be on the Switch too. It's going to be very interesting to see to what great lengths people will go to get on the Nintendo Switch this time around. I mean, it's gonna be very, very interesting. Very interesting to see, just how far are people gonna go to squeeze their game down and get it on the Nintendo Switch. Wait. Bye. I think it'll be less successful than the first one, but still massive. Yeah, I think it's going to be insane. Yo, Higgs, thanks for jumping in as a member plus. Higgs, I don't know if that's a renewal or an upgrade. You got to let me know. I will certainly count it as 2 if it is an upgrade. Review. Nice order. All right, here we go. Let's check. And Chrome keeps crashing, so I've got to reload the chat. Let me check on the back end here. It was an upgrade, Higgs. I trust you. I'm not even going to verify. I don't think anybody would lie about something like that. $4.59. Every upgrade counts as 2. Thank you, Higgs, for upgrading to Member Plus. We are trying to hit a huge goal. A milestone on the channel that we have never hit before is 600 people at Member Plus or above. VIPs count as well. So if you upgrade to Member Plus or VIP, you're the best, and we greatly appreciate it. Using too much compression can hurt texture quality. Well, you've got to remember that if they're doing this with their own games, okay? If they're doing this with their own games, their games are not that demanding. I want you to imagine like Breath of the Wild having its resolution lowered internally and then upscaled to like 1440. It would run incredibly well. It would run incredibly well. I mean, a lot of their big games, yeah, something like Splatoon or the Mario games, or a Metroid game. Oh my gosh, they could run fantastic. They could be run in an incredible way. All key dates to look forward to for GTA 6. February the 9th will be an earnings call. Okay, so yeah, you know what? That 14 could be an actual waiting room for a trailer, dadgummit, because if they're in February the 9th, they're doing an earnings call, then I think they would want to say something before then. I do. I think they would want to say something before then. Come on. Because they would say, listen, we got to get that trailer out. We got to go into this earnings call with some steam, with some gas in the tank. That would be, I think, the time to do it. There we go. My favorite free track on Lono's streams. Oh, is there one playing right now that you really like? Nintendo also bought that porting company. They bought a porting company? A 4K raw picture is way different than a 4K JPEG picture. Same with textures. Right, but Hotshot, upscaling technology is getting so good. It's no longer about, is it going to be, wait, Burnett did say the 14th, didn't he? He kept saying the 14th because he said it was that person's birthday. And now they've got their Instagram limited to the 14th. Oh my gosh. Anyway, upscaling technology is getting so good, fixating on internal or native is not the point. You should be fixating on image quality. Like, that's what you should be fixating on. Are you getting good image quality? If you're getting good image quality, then that's all that matters. It doesn't matter if they're doing, and image stability. Image stability and image quality is the key. That's the key. Like, if you're going to be saying like, oh yeah, we're taking this game internally down to this and we're upscaling it to here and da-da-da-da-da-da, that's not the question. The question's like, well, how dare you do that? The question is, can you do that and maintain good image quality and image stability? I mean, goodness gracious, I'm playing games right now. Dude, they look immaculate. And I couldn't tell you, well, internally it's at this, they're back up to an upscaling to this, and whatever. I don't know. It looks amazing. Space Marine 2 looks incredible. I don't have an idea of what in the world they're doing and how they're doing it, and at what levels does it go down or up. We have a key to our game. No, it's a multiplayer game. No thanks. Nintendo using DLSS. They patented something like DLSS. If Nintendo patented something and they built something proprietary, then, I mean, that's what PlayStation did, and look what it's doing for PlayStation on the Pro. Christopher Burnett says, I've been saying the 14th for over a month now, especially with their next earnings call early February. I've been following Rockstar for 25 years. Christopher Burnett, I will literally, you give me your address, I will send you a bouquet of flowers if it lands on the 14th. I'll be like, compliments of Reforge Gaming. Oh, man. Tom Warren just unveiled the new Xbox. Is he like memeing on Twitter? I'm assuming he is with you laughing the way that you are. Microsoft's mini AI PCs are on the way. I'm expecting to see a new Copilot device that aren't laptops at CES. My first 2025 issue of Notepad is live. Oh, yeah. The mini AI PC. Yeah, that's their first Xbox. There it is. There you go. We don't have a new game for Lono and Madden to play. Split Fiction. Oh, yeah, we'll definitely be playing that when it comes out, for sure. Hattigan Matter was 16 months. Thanks for all the content, and congrats on 50K. Well, thanks for being at Member Plus. That bumps the line. Anytime you guys are on Member Plus or VIP, your renewals count on that weekly goal. Thank you so, so much. They bought Shiver from Embracer Group. So Shiver is the porting company? What have they ported? Why Nintendo bought Shiver? Shiver is the one that ported Hogwarts? Shiver is notable for bringing Mortal Kombat 1 and Hogwarts Legacy to the Nintendo Switch. Wasn't Hogwarts Legacy's performance on the Nintendo Switch like actually impressive? That's a really good grab by Nintendo. I don't remember seeing that. That's a really good snag for them. That could mean really, really good things for games coming to their platform or getting ported to their platform in the future. Let me take some more questions here. Guys, we will, let's see. We'll go for 18 more minutes on the broadcast, but you can extend the stream. If we hit 500, we will extend the stream. So 18 more. You guys got 18 minutes. You can do renewals, gifted, super chats. Every 5 super chats I add to the total. We could do a really, really quick scramble. We could go into Friday at the goal and work on a stretch goal. You guys are the best. Let's take another question here. SDO says, does the Switch 2 have more RAM than the Series S? Imagine titles going on PS5 about to switch before the Xbox. There were leaks of the board. Let me see if I can find the pictures. I feel like, did I save this in my room in the Discord? I feel like I didn't. Ah, shoot. Hang on. Let's see. Switch 2. And then I'm going to go to media on Twitter. I saw I guess the motherboard leaked and the specs leaked. These are all from me. Hang on. Switch 2 leak. Yeah. Here it is. This is the leak from Centro Leaks. I don't know if this is reliable or not. He had like pictures of the motherboard and stuff, and I swear there was another picture that had the memory. Does anybody know the alleged memory leak of the Nintendo Switch 2? I can't remember what it is. Yeah, Jason and Lucia are a couple, so the next trailer is going to be on February 14th, Valentine's Day. I'm also about to lose my mind. The full MOBO. Do we know the amount of memory from those leaks? It's GDDR5X and not GDDR6 like the Series S. Oh, so it's slower RAM? Supposedly 12. Okay. So it's a little bit more, but it's slower. All right. We'll have to see. Because if they're using that upscaling tech, it might buy them enough headroom. You know, we've seen a lot of good gains from that on the Pro. Ormney says, do you believe the Series S has affected the release date of GTA 6? I mean, I don't know, bro. I mean, at some level, right now, we have no information to say that it has. Strauss Zelnick said that they're not worried about performance on the Series S. He's a CEO. That's a very PR-friendly answer. The fact of the matter is, Matt Booty said it requires more work. That's an Xbox guy saying it requires more work. If it requires more work, then it requires more work. Rockstar is a pretty big company, though. So I don't think in the grand scheme of things, the Series S has been a significant cause for GTA 6 getting delayed. Or if it gets delayed or whatever. I think they're a big enough company to handle it. I think they're likely just going to ship a very, very stripped down version with respect to like lighting, shadows, resolution, frames per second. You know, it'll be a 30 FPS, no doubt. No doubt it'll be 30 FPS on the Series S. Zero doubt in my mind that GTA 6 will be 30 over there. But I think that Rockstar is big enough that the GTA 6 release date can be largely unaffected by the Series S. The issue is typically with Series S when you have companies that aren't gargantuan, like Larian or the devs with Anatria or Black Myth Wukong devs. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind that the Series S played a significant role in what happened to Starfield. I don't doubt that at all. I think Starfield, I think Phil Spencer let that cat out of the bag. He talked about how they flooded Bethesda with people to help them with their game, you know, coming to their hardware. And I'm like, there's no other reason. The pattern right now is that if Xbox sends devs or engineers to help, that's what they're helping with. That's what they did with Larian. I guarantee you that's what they did with Bethesda. Do you honestly think Bethesda was just humming along on Starfield development and they get acquired by Microsoft? And Bethesda's like, oh, please, Xbox engineers, come and help us. We need help. The only thing you would send Xbox engineers to Bethesda for with respect to Starfield would be Series S. Again, that just seems blatantly obvious to me. That seems like a very, very easy thing to conclude after what Phil Spencer said. So, all right, 13 minutes, boys. 13 minutes. We need 40 members. That's a lot of 5 bombs, or a big boy could come in and flex. We'll see. Maybe that's why Plague Tale Requiem was only 30 FPS at launch, because of the Series S. I mean, maybe, because that game runs just incredibly well on my PS5 Pro. I'm like, oh my gosh, like rock solid 60. It is beautiful. I still to this day can't figure out why they shipped it at 30. It's just it runs so well. It's like, I don't know what kind of breakthrough they had or what they discovered, but good golly, man, does it look good and runs really, really well. California Mountain Snake likes words like gargantuan. Huh? Citizen JV says, have you heard anything about the Nintendo and Palworld lawsuit? No. All we have on that lawsuit is that Palworld has adjusted one of their mechanics in the game with respect to, I think, like throwing your pals out. So they may be looking to avoid the patent infringement by just changing a couple of mechanics. Every time Lono has to think about a comment, this is exactly what I hear. Maybe? You'll enjoy my question when you get to it. Guys, let's get 53 more likes on the video. There's so many of you here. If you're here and you want to know about GTA 6, we might have a date for the trailer. Again, they're fiddling with us on Instagram, and I'm not going to put a lot of stock into it, but it could be something. So hit subscribe if you want to talk in my chat. Hit like if you want to help the video, and renew your memberships, upgrade or gift your memberships, and you can help extend the stream. And there's 5 from Gambit Zero. He has been so faithful with helping extend the stream, and it bumps it to 465. He says, come on, boys, jump on. Handful of 5 bombs will get us there. You're the man, Gambit Zero. You've been so generous lately with those. Another question here from Chris Davies. Bookmark this. Xbox will have 2 games on the Game of the Year this year. Indiana Jones, Avowed Fable, Outer Worlds 2, Doom, South of Midnight, replaced Watch This Space. Replaced Watch This Space? What the frick is that last part? I'm not sure what you're saying. I don't know if they're going to get 2 games on the Game of the Year podium. I think Doom could get up there. I don't think Avowed will. I think Fable got pushed out of this year. I'm not sure about Outer Worlds 2. I don't think South of Midnight will be in contention for Game of the Year. And I really don't think the reception to Indiana Jones wasn't strong enough. I don't think it'll get enough votes. I don't think so. I think the reception to Doom will be significantly stronger. Yeah, I think Doom's reception will be significantly stronger. Outer Worlds 2 maybe, but yeah, I think Fable could be in contention if it comes out and it's at if it's as good as Jez said when he saw it. Like I definitely think that. I definitely think that. I think that they that game could be at a very, very high level of quality. It could. So to me, it's the other games just I don't think are going to be quite strong enough to make it. I don't think it'll be quite strong enough. Like Indy, I don't think Indy's going to be quite strong enough. Just did not get the strong enough reception. You know, South of Midnight I think is going to surprise people, but I don't think it'll be strong enough to get up there. Patrick Q says, have you checked out Sir Whoopass for a potential Hilly game? I have not. What kind of game is it? Let's see here. Is it on Steam or is it on other platforms? Immortal Death. Now with co-op. The hilarious hack and slash. Warning, this game contains puns, dad jokes, Flappy Bird-like arcade minigames, breaking of the fourth wall, and jabs directed at try-hard, overly serious RPGs. Do not play if you hate fun or would not like to strap in for a hilarious quest and a legendary villain beating. It's got an 84% on Steam. It's $8.50. It looks ridiculous. Now with co-whoop. Up to 4 players. Is this only on Steam? I don't mind that. Obviously, if it's a hilly game, I'm in the office and we can play it. But we could definitely... Hang on, let me wishlist that one. I'll add that one to the wish list so that we don't forget about it. Another question here from Ormney. Ormney, this is something you guys can do as members, and we're trying to hit 500 members today in the next 7 minutes to extend the stream. Mr. Gambit's always helping with that. He's been super generous. Make sure and say thank you to him if you got a gifted member from him. Is there a possibility of us getting pre-orders with Trailer 2 if it drops on the 14th, or is that too early? That feels way too early for pre-orders, my friend. Yeah, I don't think so. That feels way too early for pre-orders. I would think if we do get a Trailer 2 for GTA 6 and it's before their earnings call, I think they may give us a release date. Maybe. Or I could see them saying GTA 6 fall of 2025. Do you see what I mean? Like, I could see them doing that. They could double down on the fall thing, and then they could give us the release date in the summer. That could certainly be the way they handle it. Yeah. We'll just have to wait and see. Guys, help me out real quick. Double check that it saved your like on the video. Make sure your thumbs up is counted. We could get to 500 likes. That would be amazing. That'd be an amazing milestone for this video. It'd be an amazing milestone to go into tomorrow with 500 members. So double check. If you hit the $ at the bottom of the chat, you may have a renewal to do. You may have a renewal to do. Bolton Gaming says, I haven't finished Space Marine 2 or Spider-Man 2. Do you see other superheroes crossing over into Spider-Man 3, or is it going to be another solo story? Personally, I think there's been enough hints dropped, and I think they have the technology to do it. I think the third game would be a Spider-Verse game where you would play as different versions of Spider-Man depending on the universe that you're in. That, to me, would be the best. Like, having an entire section of the game where you're playing as Spider-Gwen, you know, or the Noir Spider-Man, like the one that they had Nick Cage voice for the movie, Spider-Pig, things like that. I think that that's what they could potentially do with the next game. So right now, we got 5 minutes, guys. 5 minutes to scramble. And we got a tweet here that says, Digital Foundry told us 3 months ago the challenges of the Series S running Black Myth Wukong. We can't simulate the overall lack of memory, is what they claimed. So it seems like Digital Foundry pretty much already said what the issue was when they tried to test out the game. So, there you go. The revelation from the game director over there at Black Myth Wukong should not be surprising, like, at all. So, Joker Quinn says, do you think Nintendo with their DLSS type patent will take Sony to court over PSSR? It's Noir? I thought it was like Noir. Like Noir. I thought it was more subtle. Noir? Anyways, yeah. I think you play as a different Spider-Man like this in like the Spider-Verse. Well, they can't sue them because it's already in the market. So if they're patenting some kind of an upscaler, you can't patent and then sue people who are already doing it in the market. So DLSS has been in the market for a while. PSSR was first to market. Nintendo doesn't even have it in the market. So I don't. Oh, it's French. Yeah, I don't speak French. I don't speak French. Sorry. Yeah, they'd have to demonstrate because their patent was filed, I think, end of last year. So if the tech's already in the market and you file the patent after the fact, you can't do that. I don't think they could even. I really hope they don't win their case against Palworld because those mechanics were likely already in the market before. That's all Palworld's going to have to demonstrate is you patented something that was already in the market and wasn't yours. It's if they can show various games that have those things. So yeah, we're well aware. No worries. Yeah. Ryan Hayer, this is the last question in the question queue. He says, do we think the GTA 6 trailer could come February 14th? Seems fitting due to GTA being a Bonnie and Clyde situation. I like it. I do. I like it. It's before the earnings. Wait, no, you said February 14th. See, but that's after the earnings call. Texture upscaling isn't really the same thing. Yeah, it does sound like a little bit of a different form of doing it as well. Like they're literally trying to lower the install size of the game. They're not necessarily doing what PSSR is doing or what DLSS is doing. But it does lend credence to the rumors that it's going to have some type of tech like that. Yeah. Did they change their post to 14 to troll? Yeah, February the 14th, though, that's after the earnings call. Jan 14 would be... I don't know. January feels like a weird month to try to do a big marketing push or push something out, but I mean, I don't know. It'll maybe stand all on its own. They did it on that December day, and like there was nothing else going on right then. I don't know. I'm sure PlayStation patented PSSR. I mean, it's branded. I mean, Mark Cerny literally said it's their thing. It's branded, so, you know. Hard to know. Hard to know. All right. It's almost 1 o'clock. It's 60 seconds. The questions have been cleared. If you guys want to submit any questions, hurry up and do that. Let's see here. There's still a lot of people here, so what we could just do is I could just take a quick break and we could just extend anyway. We don't always have to make you guys do that. I think that's fine and fair. We can make that judgment call, but I will have to take a break. The Last of Us stole Game of the Year from Ghost of Tsushima. That was a steal, I'm sorry, but it should be gameplay over story, not story over gameplay. I think the gameplay in The Last of Us Part 2 is incredible. I think that what they built with the combat systems is immaculate and unique, and I've not had an experience like that in another game. And Ghost of Tsushima is one of my all-time favorite games. To act like the gameplay in The Last of Us 2 is not good or innovative or groundbreaking, I think is just not. I don't think you can claim that. It was incredible. A question, do you have a baby turtle head? No, I'm going to delete that question. We're not putting that on the screen. No, I do not. Chair, it's your time to shine. Yeah, I tell you what we'll do. We'll extend anyway, because there's more people here than typical this late in the stream. So this is the only time I hit ads, right? I'm salty, Lono. Please let me have it. Yeah. This is the only time I hit ads. Do me a favor. Smash the like button. 33 more likes. Let's get 500 likes. I'm going to hit some ads. We can still work on the 500 goal. You don't have to hit 500 to extend, though. We're just going to extend because we're having a good day, and there's still a lot of people here discussing GTA 6, and maybe we'll look at some of the claims being made about the Instagram thing when I get back down here. So don't go anywhere. You can submit questions, and they'll get added to the queue, and they'll be ready for me when I get back. All right? See you in 1 minute. Don't go anywhere. We'll keep discussing and hanging out. I'll see you in just a minute. Okay. Sorry. Kiddos were asking me questions about stuff. Series S style consoles have not had great results, says PlayStation Boss. In 2020, Jim Ryan claimed Sony considered a lower spec PS5, but decided it would be too problematic. Yeah, I'm glad they made the decision to go in the other direction. You know, I think it's resulted in a really, really good PlayStation first party lineup, and we're going to continue to get a good first party PlayStation lineup. You know, going in the direction they did with Series S, I mean, I just think you automatically limit things. And I just think I don't know who sold them on the idea, who convinced them that it was going to be a good idea, but they truly, I think they thought that they were going to be able to get more out of it than they did. I do. I think they thought they were going to be able to get, you know, a lot more power out of that thing than they did. I hope Rockstar can deliver on the hype the game has. I feel like people have fantasized so long about it that the expectations are unrealistic. Yeah, I always think it's kind of like, because we've got pretty good, you know, belief now that there will be a Half-Life 3. And I think people have said similar things about that like, you know, one of the reasons it just never showed up was they just won't be able to live up to the hype. And I'm like, I think that's fair. I think that's always a fear and a scare when you have a game like that people have just waited so long for. So, I think GTA 6 living up to the hype will be difficult. You know, I think it'll be a challenge because I think expectations, especially in the absence of information and expectations over time, they can kind of run wild. You can't really control people's expectations, especially when you haven't said anything. There's been how many years since GTA 5, and then GTA Online is obviously very popular, and we've played countless open world games and action games and games with guns, and I think you're always going to run that risk of people are just going to formulate their own expectations over the years, and your trailer obviously can add a little bit more gas to that fire, not even intentionally. Like, it's just a really amazing looking trailer, and the city and the lighting and the characters, it's like, wow, this game's looking really, really good. You know, people's expectations can go way out of bounds. I think the best course of action for Rockstar with GTA 6 gameplay specifically, I think you come out with GTA 6 gameplay in the next trailer. I think we need to see the game in action. I do. We need to see the game in action because I think right now is the time. Now is the time to set those expectations properly and to say, hey, this is what it's going to look like graphically, performance-wise, all of that. Now, they don't need to do a tech breakdown, right? I don't think Rockstar needs to do a tech breakdown of GTA 6, but I think you need to do a gameplay trailer where it's obvious that it's gameplay, that it's somebody, you know, moving somebody around with a controller in the actual game itself. Not a bunch of quick clips, not highly edited. Don't do simulated gameplay either, because we can all tell the difference between real gameplay and simulated gameplay, you know? Red Dead even has murals telling us exactly when it's releasing. If you can't decode, you can't know. We just need gameplay. How did they handle Red Dead Redemption 2 gameplay? Let's see. Go to YouTube here. Red Dead Redemption 2 gameplay trailer. So they did an official gameplay video 6 years ago on August the 9th of 2018. Okay. And it released October. So they showed gameplay roughly 2 months before release. Yeah, and then they ended the video. They ended the Red Dead video, and they said this. This video is captured entirely from in-game footage. So if they follow a similar pattern, we might not get gameplay until the summer. You know, closer to the fall. If they follow the same pattern here. You know, August is only 2 months away from the release date of Red Dead Redemption 2. So, you know, they showed that gameplay trailer. That was their official gameplay trailer. That was, you know, roughly 2 months before release. So, probably similar. They always say that. Well, not every dev says that. Are you saying Rockstar always says that? Because not all devs are that firm in their claims and in their trailers. Sometimes it'll be like, this is all in-engine footage, you know. Got my GPU today. I'm hyped. Yo, a $5 super chat tip from True SSJ Havoc. We're kind of extending the stream on just because I wanted to. You know, we were trying to hit 500. We'll hit that hopefully tomorrow, and then you guys will get a Friday night stream with Madam. You guys can still hit it today. And we can work on stretch tomorrow. Keep extending the stream. We've only been streaming for 3 hours. Lately, you guys have extended some streams all the way to 5 hours, and I'm always happy to do that. We've had a lot of fun doing that. We can't always do that. Some days I am going to have to make an upload, but right now this is a time where there's no pressing uploads to make just yet. Not until next week. Do you actually think most folks that will play GTA will care what they show? Rockstar could drop a trailer with a cutscene and a release date, and a casual gamer would be hyped. You're probably correct, Alfonso, that a lot of people are literally just at this moment in time, they'll be thrilled to get a release date. And that's all they'll need. Just a release date, you know, maybe a little bit of gameplay. But I would say that usually with games and game trailers, if you watch and you listen to what people say typically during and after showcases, it's usually pretty much, we want release date, we want gameplay. That's a pretty consistent theme in the gaming world. So I think you're right. I think most people will be like, oh, it's a cutscene and release date. That's all I need. But I think a lot of people are going to say, man, I'd really like some gameplay, or man, I'd really like to see that release date. Because every time we go into, Summer Game Fest, or we go into the Game Awards, that's typically what people are begging for, is release dates and gameplay. So I don't really care what they show me and when, because I'm pretty much already sold on it. Yeah, I'm not. I'm one of the reasons I want to see gameplay is I want to know if we're going to get 60 FPS. And I don't know if they'll make that clear in the gameplay, but we'll certainly be able to, try to analyze it a little bit. I think that, we usually get decent enough I was reading something on Twitter. I was like, oh my gosh. Sorry. Usually we've seen, I think, enough gameplay trailers to know, like, if gameplay drops, you can certainly see, okay, this is going to be 60, this is going to be 30. You know what I mean? I do Q&A all throughout the stream. I don't ever bring up that. I don't ever bring up, like, my taxes or my bills. We just extend the stream if people want to. If they don't, I end up continuing to stream. I just go to members. So I know you're attempting to take a swipe, but it's not landing at all because that's not what I'm doing. I answer questions all throughout the stream. We have a little command where it can pop up on the screen. I've been streaming for 3 hours and taking questions the entire time. The GTA 6 trailer will be similar to trailer 1, but I'm just kidding. There it is. There it is. Focus on Jason more than Lucia and maybe a little bit more longer, but not much. Yeah, they might focus on him more because I mean, there are 2 characters. It is Bonnie and Clyde, as a setup. So yeah. Lono pushed the trailer so he can watch it with Madam. No, I did not. I'm not in control. I'm not in control of the trailer. Yeah, I did clear out the question queue. I did clear it out, so you guys will be back at the top of the queue now. And Ryan says, when do you think we get more news on the AC Black Flag remake? Well, I would say probably not until after AC Shadows launches, which is next month. So I think like the earliest you'll see, anything about the Black Flag remake will be, March. Maybe Summer Game Fest. Maybe I'm sorry. UB Forward. They do their UB Forward. Roadkill gifts a member and bumps the member count to 466. Thank you so much, Roadkill. I basically typically stream for 3 hours, and I started saying I'll put the stream in your hands. If you guys want to extend the stream and hit goals, we'll do it. And then I gift members back. Like it's not a requirement. I'm not like give it or I'm leaving. It's I put the stream in your hands. We've got scheduled streams for roughly, somewhere between 2 and 3 hours most days. So, and people have had a lot of fun with it and responded, and then we celebrate and we do extra segments and we do extra content. So, but yeah, the Black Flag remake, we could hear about it as early as March, but I wouldn't be surprised if they hold on to that for UB Forward, because I think it'll be an exciting announcement. I think it'll be in the second half of the year as well. I also think anything that's going to land in the second half of the year is going to be, is going to be very, very hesitant to say anything until we get the GTA 6 release date. Like, until we get the GTA 6 release date, I'm telling you, a lot of these companies are not going to want to say a single word. It wouldn't surprise me at all if internally they're all really, really hoping and praying that they have excuse me. They're hoping and praying that we get a GTA 6 release date before the summer. So they can all go into the summer, and Madam says she won't watch it. So they can all go into the summer and push their release dates and go to Summer Game Fest or go to the Xbox Showcase or whatever. And that's... To me, that's what, if I was a gaming company and I had a schedule and I had a release date and I had marketing materials that I want to start pushing out there, buddy, I'd be crossing my dadgum fingers that before June, we either get a delay announcement or a release. Because if there's a GTA 6 trailer on the 14th, that's what people are saying now, and they just say fall of 2025, that doesn't tell you anything. That doesn't tell you anything. That doesn't let you know, like, when you could drop your release date or when, like, because nobody wants to come. This is the real issue. Nobody wants to land on the calendar after GTA 6. They don't. If you land after GTA 6, man, you're going to want at least a month, a good month of breadth, or you're going to be in bad shape. Like, imagine being a video game that lands the day after or the week after. Imagine. I'd highly recommend you play GTA 5 on PS5 version on the Pro. I think you'd get excited for it. I've got so many games in my backlog. That's not one of them. Yeah, that's not one of them. I have no interest in going back and playing that. Good news. It looks like we are going to get access to. We're at a point now where we're getting offers. We're getting offers for game reviews already. Hitting that 50K is really going to change things for us. That's exciting. I obviously won't be able to tell you what the game is, but exciting nonetheless. Watch Ghost launch the day after. I think PlayStation's smart enough to know, and they probably have a good enough, working relationship or conversations with Rockstar that they would not do that. They would not do that. Yeah. I'm always a little hesitant on I'm always a little hesitant on certain things, like if it's a DocuSign or like an NDA. I'm like, I don't want to click on it if because there have been people that have gotten access to like your YouTube channel and stuff because they get the NDA and they click on it and it's fake. So what I do now is like I go and I open it incognito, so I'm not logged in or anything. I really want GTA 6 to have both real voice-acted characters and AI-generated voices that we as players can talk and tell them what to do. I think one of the coolest things that's going to come out of like AI voices is, is within reason, right? You don't want a game walking around saying super offensive things, but the ability to say, hey, my name is Lono, and then they say your name every time they talk to you. You know what I mean? I think that's going to be huge. That's going to be absolutely huge for them to be able to be like, anytime you go up to them in the game, like, hey, Lono, how are you doing? Like, that will be such a cool advancement within the gaming world, being able to have characters in a game say your actual name. Now, again, obviously within reason, they'll have to have it to where, you can't like make your name something super offensive and then you've got footage of characters from a game dropping like racial slurs or something. Sorry, I needed my P.O. box for this address field. And I've never actually done that. With you guys, like done like a send stuff and I'll open it or whatever to the P.O. box. So we please insert your full name into this field. Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah, hey, Push Crusher 69. The trick would be to get him to say Lono instead of Lano. Well, my assumption would be if they develop the type of technology that I'm talking about, they would use the microphone in your controller or your headset or whatever, and it would then ask you to say it, like what, so that they could get the pronunciation right. Because if your name is like Carolyn instead of Caroline, it's Caroline Bryan, obviously, completed. Your document's been completed. Great. Obviously, you'd want to be able to like say your name so they're not like calling you the wrong name the entire time. Man said offensive, referring to GTA. Well, no. I'm not talking about GTA. I'm saying in general, I think you'll see developers want to do that. They'll want to make like an RPG where you can say, my name is George, and every time you go interact with the NPCs, they're like, hey, George, how are you? Hey, George. You know, but you wouldn't want, if your game is not like in that, if your game's like in that lane, you wouldn't want it to be like people recording clips of them being like, hey, really offensive racial slur. and then they start putting the clips on, you know, on the internet. This guy just tweeted and said, we are sending out Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 review codes for the next few days. Yes, 4 weeks ahead of release. From now on, everything will be in the lap of the review gods. Please be kind. Not gonna lie, I'm nervous but also excited AF. 6 years of work are leaving the nest. If you haven't been selected as a reviewer, don't be sad. Reach out to your local representative. In any case, it's almost here. So Kingdom Come Deliverance codes are going out a month ahead of time. That's really, really bold, man. I would love to see more companies do that. I know that's pretty hard because that means you've got to have like a playable version of the game, you know, available well ahead of release, and not have to be like worrying about a bunch of bugs and glitches and no day one patch. So I believe the next evolution of gaming, first fidelity, then FPS, now AI systems, names in games, dynamic dialogue options, reactions. Yeah, I think all that's going to come with AI and machine learning for sure. Yeah. So, you already pre-ordered? Yeah, if you're looking forward to Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, they're sending out codes an entire month ahead of time. So, guys, thanks so much. We're extending the stream just because I felt like it. Lately, I've been saying, hey, if you hit the member goal, I'll extend the stream, but we don't always have to do it that way. We're trying to hit 500 members on the week before tomorrow. If you're already paying for your membership, make sure you celebrate those renewals in chat because they count. If you hit the like button, that helps too. We're almost to 500 likes. If you've never done a membership before on YouTube, you can help us hit a huge milestone. If you hit join, make sure you pick Member Plus. It's $6 and you get into all this extra content on the other side of my channel. I basically have 2 channels here in one. We do morning coffee. We do an afternoon stream. We do Friday night streams with my wife. Yo, M Lobo, there you go. See, you can celebrate your memberships. And as long as you're at Member Plus and above, every time you renew, it counts towards the goal. And this says you upgraded 0 days ago. Any upgrade to Member Plus or VIP counts as 2. I'm counting yours as 2, M Lobo. 468. Helping us get closer to that huge milestone. We want 600 people paying for their own memberships. It'll make room for more folks in the gifted pool. Thank you for doing that, M Lobo. I appreciate that. You mean like the Coke machine that won't let you spell Jesus, but Satan is okay? That'd be really weird because Jesus is a real name. Like, that's weird. Jesus isn't automatically like a religious name. I don't know. That's weird. Bolton Gaming submits a question. This is another thing members can do. Another benefit of being a member is you can have your question featured right here. And some of these questions will be turned into 3-minute shorts. Still don't know if we have access to that feature yet. I don't know if Creature's here today, but I went to do a short through the app the other day and I could still only do 15 second and 60 seconds. I don't know if it's different when you upload. But when I go to do it here and I can add my own videos and stuff, yeah, I can still only do, 60 seconds. So if I try to do, this minute and 41, yeah, it just trims it. It doesn't let me. So, what kind of Coke machines are you using to ask for names? Wasn't there a time where you could get the personalized Coke cans? Don't forget to count my resub. I did it before members. Oh, you did, Dan. You did. I'm sorry. Sorry, I was pulling up a question and got distracted. 469. Nice. Sorry, I got distracted. Question from Bolton Gaming. When do you think Xbox announces the Fallout 3 remake that was leaked last year? Well, I don't think they'll do it at the Developer Direct this month. They always do their Developer Directs in, they like to do them in January. That would probably be something that they would save for their summer showcase, maybe. You know what I mean? Why not screen record and then edit and then OMG, how long is this stream lasting? Huh? What are you saying? We want to do 3-minute long shorts just because like sometimes it takes longer to get an answer out, or we're more discussion oriented here. So, yeah. But yeah, I would think the Fallout 3 remake they would save for their summer showcase. Another member question submitted here by Furious Impulse. I'm of the opinion that Xbox moving toward third party means the end of Sony purchasing studios since they have no reason to. Just sign marketing deals. What do you think? I think that is a very, very similar prediction that I have made. Yeah. Lona's a notorious slow talker. Only because you get used to 1.5, Zuby. Yeah, I actually think it's a very, very similar prediction to one that I have made. I think that they are going to 100% have a very easy time convincing companies to do timed exclusives or exclusivity. It'll be really easy because like PlayStation's just in a really good position. The PlayStation 5 Pro, you know, they'll give you some marketing spiff, you know, things like that. That wouldn't surprise me at all if the result is, in light of a lot of the things that we've seen, that a lot of devs just gravitate towards PlayStation. I've made that prediction many times. So yeah, I think it's going to be very easy for Sony to not. And if you listen carefully to Sony's acquisition budgeting, and when they said they wanted to increase more, they didn't talk about companies, they talked about IP. So Sony will continue to buy studios because they want control and full revenue. I think they'll buy studios they have relationships, Eugene. I don't think they're going to like go out and do what Xbox did. They're not going to feel the need to. There's more to all that than just competing with Xbox. Yeah, but for the longest time, everyone suggested that they would buy Square Enix, and I never thought that made any sense. I was like, well, why would they buy Square Enix? There's coffee now, sipping on Reforge. We've had coffee for a long time. I just did a really bad job promoting it. Our website's been revamped for a while now. If you're a coffee drinker and you've never tried Reforge Roast, there's a link below. This is something that is in my house. This is not a sponsor. My wife and kiddos, we ship it to you. They give you guys little thank you notes. We also have some Reforge Roast merch and hoodies and cups and mugs. But right now, our triple threat, all three flavors, is on sale. Our holiday blend, Frickmas, is on sale. Our best of both worlds, which is the light and the dark roast, that bundle is also on sale, down from $34. It's only $28. So you can certainly go over there to Reforge Roast. If you've never tried coffee with balanced or low acidity before, you should definitely try our coffee. Zero bitterness, very smooth, and very, very helpful to what we do here. It's just another way of supporting the channel. Organic acquisitions. Yeah, it'll be more organic. And if it's not an acquisition, again, I think they're going to have a really easy time doing timed exclusivity. It's not going to be hard to convince. It's not going to be hard to convince dev teams to do it. It just isn't. People wanted PlayStation to fire back after the ABK deal with Square Enix. Yeah, and I don't think that's worth doing. I really don't. I wouldn't take on risk with Square and some of the stuff that they've done and how they've treated their IP. I wouldn't take on that risk. I wouldn't. I don't think that would be a good idea. And I don't think PlayStation wants to. Also, you're going to see something very, very different this year from Sony. You are. I think you're going to see, through the China Hero project, a very consistent cadence going forward of PlayStation published games that'll be day and date on PC. Not PlayStation Studios, not PlayStation IP, but PlayStation published games. The China Hero project is going to bring that because the China market, the Chinese market is far, far more saturated with PC gamers. And so the one this year is Lost Soul Aside, that we have confirmation is coming this year, and that'll be day and date on PC. Now, that will obviously make people run with false narratives that, oh, PlayStation's going day and date, they're going day and date on PC just like Xbox did, which isn't true. It's a specific publishing effort within China that they're doing. It is not them going day and date. They're not first-party studios. Yeah, the India Hero project may end up doing something similar. They may think similarly about that market, and they may say that they want to see day and date on PC as well. That doesn't bother me at all. It doesn't bother me at all. The only thing I've ever been concerned about with releasing games day and date on PC is the quality of the games. That's all I've ever been concerned about. It doesn't like ruffle my feathers. It's like, if the game is good, I don't give a rip. You know, if you can ship it at quality, I don't care. Helldivers 2 was fantastic. It shipped at quality. It was fun. That game didn't seem to be affected at all by launching day and date on PC. Now, the reason they did that one was because it was live service, but if they start publishing games and shipping games like that, it doesn't bother me one bit, especially if it just helps those devs and if it helps, you know, PlayStation continue to be profitable, so then they reinvest in future projects and we continue to get great games out of those projects and those devs. I'm all about it. It doesn't bother me one bit. I know the hardcore ponies don't like it, but yeah, it doesn't mess with my view of the platform. Now, obviously, I don't think you're going to see them start doing that with big tentpole titles like God of War or Spider-Man, but then that one Spider-Man looked like it was going to be day and date on PC in the one Insomniac thing, but that could have been because it had a live service component that might not be there anymore. It also looked like Spider-Man 2 and X-Men and Wolverine and all these games were going to be getting online components or multiplayer components later on, and those plans may have been scrapped because we haven't seen anything like that for Spider-Man 2, not even hinted, which, I don't know. Spider-Man 2 would be perfect for online, for co-op. It would be perfect for it. You literally have two Spider-Men. You know what I mean? It would be perfect for it. Citizen JV says, do we know when Stalker 2 will come to PlayStation? Boy. No, we don't. And I think the current standing theory / rumor, thought, hunch, I don't know what to call it, was that it was a 6-month exclusivity deal. So middle of this year, Stalker 2 could come to PlayStation. I'm not sure. I couldn't get into it. Number one, it wasn't really my cup of tea. And number two, the performance was just not good. It just was not good on my Series X. It was rough. Now I know they've tried to do fixes and I know they've tried to do updates, but I just didn't feel like going back and trying it because it was just like the performance was really, really rough. And I don't know if it's gotten that much better. I think they were primarily, with some of those early patches, I think they were primarily fixing bugs. I don't think they were like actually resolving frame rate issues. So, we're so close. We need 4 more likes for 500 likes. Guys, thanks for a huge, huge day again. Appreciate the huge turnout once again for the gifted members, the super chats, and the like count. You guys have been crushing it. All the reports I keep reading is that it's not coming to PlayStation. Stalker 2 Xbox timed exclusive. In May of 2021, Stalker 2 will remain on Xbox for 3 months. As part of internal Xbox documents acquired by The Verge, Microsoft shared a snapshot of the newly signed deal, including exclusivity. In these documents, Xbox confirmed that Stalker 2 will be an Xbox console exclusive for 3 months when it's released Q4 of 2021. Good golly, that got delayed a lot. Wow. 3 years of delays. Whew. I mean, we know what happened, but I didn't realize it was that much. There you go. What reports? I mean, that's an official Xbox document. I think that's pretty solid. Now, I don't know why Screen Rant is saying it's a rumor. It's not a rumor. We have an actual document that it's a 3-month exclusive. They recently said they have no plans on PlayStation. All right, hang on. Stalker 2 dev, no plans, PlayStation. That was the exact phrasing. The director revealed that there are no plans to port Stalker 2 to PS5 anytime soon. In fact, it doesn't seem like a port is in the works at all. That's odd. Why would you sign a 3-year exclusive deal? A 3-month exclusive deal if you're not making it for the other platform? That's weird. When asked whether they had any plans to port Stalker 2 to other platforms, he said, "We were fully focused on developing and now supporting PC and Xbox and Series X versions." He stuck to his statement and he replied by saying, "The PC and the Xbox Series X and S versions of Stalker are the only ones we have developed and are supporting." Those answers sound like contract commitment answers. Did you hear how he phrased it? I don't know. These headlines are misleading. We were fully focused on developing and now supporting the PC and the Xbox Series X and S versions. Okay. They followed up asking if there were about the rumors about the 3-month exclusivity contract, which isn't a rumor. It was a leaked document. And he doesn't comment on the document. He says, the PC and Xbox Series X and S versions of Stalker 2 are the only ones we have developed and are supporting. That is not him saying that they're not bringing it to PS5 or have no plans. That is a very, very corporate contract, abiding by the contract language. That's what that is. He's abiding by the contract. He didn't even comment on the contract. Looks like Xbox will still have exclusives. No, I don't think so. This is an old deal. This contract predates 2021, brother. Did you hear the one report I read from IGN? Look at this report. This is in the world of video games. This is ancient. As part of the internal Xbox documents acquired by The Verge, right here down here in the second paragraph, it'll be an Xbox console exclusive for 3 months in Q4 of 2021. This deal was signed like 2020, 2019. That's ancient. That's 5 years ago. That's 6 years ago. They're not doing exclusives anymore. And I guarantee you, his answer is so corporate. He's like, he won't. You missed that one? Yeah, sorry. I didn't show it. I just read it, so it was easy for you to miss. That's old, man. They're not signing contracts like that anymore. I guarantee you. They're not spending money on exclusives. They're not limiting their own content to be exclusive. No way. If they want exclusives, they would have their own studios. Yeah, I don't think they would do that. Contracts can change. Well, right, but when he's asked about Stalker 2 coming to PlayStation, his answer is so not a direct answer. He wouldn't speak to the contracts, so he completely dodges that part of the question, and then he's like, that's all we've done, or that's all we've been building, or whatever. And it's like, yeah, but that doesn't mean that you're not going to port it. That doesn't mean that you couldn't have another company port it as well. He's just speaking to what they did. When did it release? What's the exact release date of Stalker 2? I can't remember. It was middle of November, wasn't it? November 20th. Okay, December, January, February. We'll know. We will know. We will know by March, I bet. I bet once they're outside of the 3 months, all of a sudden they announce it, or it becomes known that, oh yeah, we're bringing it over. FCAT said it's true. Microsoft bought them a studio outside of Ukraine, then maybe they'll be loyal to Xbox, which is bad for them. FCAT says, from what I heard, Microsoft bought them a studio outside of Ukraine to finish the game. So maybe they signed a new deal. Maybe part of that deal. But again, But again, I can't see Microsoft spending money on that and then wanting, I mean, I guess it's not their studio, so they're not worried about how much money it makes. But that seems outside of Microsoft's current strategy. If Microsoft is taking their own studios and their own property and saying, we're not doing exclusives, I don't know why they would go back to Stalker 2 devs and spend time or money or energy negotiating a longer exclusivity window than the 3 months they had already agreed upon. And the 3 months that they had agreed upon is old. I mean, that's from back pre-2021. PSP 3 coming in 2025. No, I don't think so. Maybe an announcement. I know that PlayStation's working on a handheld. They are. I think they're going to utilize PSSR to get good performance out of it. The original Stalker came to PlayStation, right? I believe so. Yeah, Stalker Shadow of Chernobyl is on PlayStation, $12.99. There's also Stalker Legends of the Zone trilogy on PlayStation as well. Yeah. I don't know. Why would they ask our studio to do something they won't even do? Rich Rod, what he means is, why would Xbox spend money, time, or try to get a company to do an exclusive when they're not doing them anymore? It doesn't make any sense. A $5 super chat from Glassdoor Gamer. Supported Xbox from day one. Thought about skipping this gen, but didn't. It's too much. I'm done as an Xbox fan. They have no clue what they are doing. I know how you feel, Glassdoor Gamer. I really do. I know how you feel. And you're welcome here, and I appreciate the support. We need 2 more super chats for confetti. I'll add 5 to this. It'll get us even closer. It'll get us even closer to the 500 goal. So thank you for doing the super chat. And I just got there before a lot of the Xbox fans. I got a lot of hate and a lot of, I think, just really unjust treatment from that side. And I kept saying the entire year that they were doing that to me. I was like, I'm on your side and you're spitting in my face. Like, I'm a Team Green guy. And I'm being critical of what they're doing because I don't think they're making good on their promises to the consumer. I don't think they're delivering what they told us they were going to give us. And they were too loyal to the brand, I got a lot of mistreatment from those guys, and I didn't take it personal. I just was like, all right, well, I guess we can't be friends then. I guess we can't make fun content together. You want to be a brand loyal tribalist, okay? Stalker 2 will come to PS5 in less than 6 months, mark my words. Again, we went and read his answer, and if people are running around saying, oh no, the Stalker dev said they have no plans to bring it to PlayStation, that is not what he said. You are absolutely twisting the man's words. Maybe not intentionally, whoever said it here in our chat. Maybe not intentionally, and that's fine. But that is 100% very generously twisting the man's words, because that is not what he said. It is not. He gave what felt like a very corporate contract dictated answer of, well, yeah, right now we're in this 3-month exclusivity deal, so I can't say a word about this other platform. I can't even whisper about it. Higgs says, as a player on the Series X, I feel penalized because of the S. Higgs, that's exactly how I felt. That's exactly how I felt, Higgs. Like, it was easy. It was easy because one platform was delivering really, really good next-gen games, and all the weird tribalism about how, like, oh, but Horizon and God of War were PS4 games. I didn't play PS4 games. I played PS5 games. I played games with immaculate graphics and performance that blew the socks off of the PS4 version. They looked incredible. I didn't play PS4 games. I played PS5 games. You want to get you want to win weird points, on Twitter and claim that they didn't count. That's fine. You can claim they didn't count. I don't care. I'm playing games. I'm not playing Twitter war. And I played way more games on my PlayStation, and they were way higher quality. And I just kept looking at my Series X saying, what in the world am I doing with this thing? It's just sitting there. There was absolutely no agenda in my decision. It was just the natural way that things happen. It was like when I stopped playing Destiny on my Xbox One X, and I stopped playing Destiny on my PlayStation. I started playing Destiny 2 on PC because I wanted 60 FPS. I wasn't suddenly a PC Master Race weirdo. It was just, this is where I'm getting what I want. The weird talking points are how either side has no games. Yeah, I mean, the only way you really run the narrative of no games is you typically create, like, very, very specific rules about why they have no games. I will say that first-party studios, if that's what you're looking at, and you're looking at, like, the cadence from one side versus the other, I do think one side's doing better. But then, once you start including exclusives, it almost gets worse, actually. I would never say one side has no games. I would say one side has more at a better cadence and at a better quality. A lot higher quality games. Playing through God of War Ragnarok, and Xbox has nothing close to it. Higgs, I'm telling you, you're going through an experience right now that a lot of people have gone through. It's like I saw a tweet from a guy, and I'll always remember it. He was going through the experience you're going through. He finally came over and was like, you know what, let me try these PlayStation games. And he tweeted and he said he felt like he had been lied to. And it was because he had. The fan fiction bleed green tribalists that constantly talk about how PlayStation games are boring and they're movie games and they're lame and PlayStation has no games. The minute you shake the dust off of that stupidity and you actually go and play the games, you're like, these games are incredible. It really, truly is. I saw a guy tweet a cinematic sequence from Indiana Jones, and he was like, Uncharted who? And somebody replied with what was easily a far better action sequence. It looked like something out of a movie when Nathan Drake is like above the water and in the water and like holding on. I mean, it was honestly embarrassing. It was embarrassing. It was like, you think this sequence is that amazing? Like, man, oh man, you guys sell yourself short, man. Like, buy both platforms, man. You're missing out. You're missing out. you really are. It's like they finally got a really solid game at quality. Not since Forza Horizon had they gotten a really solid first party game at quality. And they're acting like it's a dadgum. It's like they're acting like it's something that it ain't. It's a good game. It is. It's got great scores, but it's not earth-shattering, dude. It ain't changing anything. I enjoyed Indiana, but Uncharted's in another league. Yeah, like it always feels weird to me when people just can't admit that these games over here are nuts. I mean, they really are. I was always an Xbox guy, and my brother lent me his PlayStation so that I could play The Last of Us. And when I rolled credits on that game, I was like, holy frick. And when I saw trailers for God of War 2018 and Spider-Man, I was like, I've got to play those games, dude. I was like, I got to. There was no question. It was like, dude, I got to play those games. I don't care about any of this. I don't care about these things. And when I saw Ghost of Tsushima and I got a PS5, I kept saying, I'm going to wait to play Tsushima until I play it on the PS5. And I was so glad that I did. It was just amazing. Activision have lost their minds, Charlie Intel says. What is this? $70 base game, $30 black sell per season, $20 $30 in-game bundles, $10 battle pass per season, new $10 event passes, no real anti-cheat, broken game. Activision's lost their minds. Is it Activision, or is it suddenly being under Microsoft ownership that's changed things? Hang on one second. Got an opportunity here. Ain't no such thing as a free lunch. That's a Microsoft effect. That's what I'm saying. Like, they've never done that before with a Call of Duty, and now they're suddenly doing it. It's like, oh, I don't know if I'd be blaming Activision. There might be directives from Microsoft to basically say, listen, man, we gotta make money on that, brother. We put that thing on frickin' Game Pass, dude. You know what I mean? A question from Citizen JV. What quality of Indiana Jones do you think will be on PlayStation when it arrives later this year? It's already a quality game. I had no issues with performance or the graphics at all. I thought the gameplay was boring. I thought it looked amazing. I thought it ran amazing. I was just kind of bored. I was like, this isn't my kind of game. I was laughing and clubbing people over the head. But yeah, I've continued to say I don't think that game has any issues with performance or graphics. I think it looks awesome. Eugene says that's called needing a return to show a return on $70 million. JW says, don't you dare take my confetti. A $5 super chat from JW. He wants his confetti, and when he gets it, I have to add 5 members to the total. We'll be really close to the weekly goal a day ahead of time. We'll have to think of a fun... What do you guys want for a stretch goal for Friday night with Madam? What do you want? We got to start thinking of something fun we can do every week. I don't know if karaoke's the answer. And there it is. He gets his confetti. JW. You're the man, bro. I appreciate you, dude. This guy. I will gift 5 members. Reset the goal. So the next one counts as well. Let me bump the line here. Let's see. Oh, I'm having trouble here. 474. I owe you guys 5 members. Fall Guys? No, it would need to be something that, like, I have to do, right? Like, we're going to stream. You guys unlocked Jackbox Community Game Day, so we'll play it in the afternoon and that night. So we've already unlocked that. So I don't know. I don't know what we could do. There's the 5 that I owe you. Yeah, I don't know what we could do in addition to that. We could do... Stumble Guys is a lot better. Spider Senseless submits a question and says, Helldivers for the member goal? I mean, if you guys, what we could do is, the goal right now is just to do a Friday night stream. Stretch goal is always something extra on top. So it's like you guys already hit the goal last week, and we're giving you community game day. So we're doing Jackbox tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow night. You hit 500, we'll do a stream with Madam. You hit the stretch, we'll do something else. I mean, if you guys want to play Helldivers, you could play Helldivers with Madam and me. You guys would probably think she's funny when she plays that game. She's funny. I mean, if that's what you guys want, we could do that Friday night with her. We could make that the stretch goal. I could put a little Helldiver guy down here. And back at it. Oh, Bend is over there at SIE. Maybe they're pitching something. Maybe they're pitching something. Helldivers PvP with Shoutcast. Oh, bring back that funny PvP you did way back when with Helldivers. Oh, the thing where you have to try to like get your stratagems to land on each other. I mean, if that's what you guys want. JW is getting possessive about the confetti. He is. Has there ever been a mention of split screen co-op with Helldivers? No. They recently took a question about more players in 4, and they said currently it just couldn't handle it. But you know, they left the door open to it maybe being possible. I don't know. As far as like, would that be something that people even want? I don't want the devs prioritizing. I had to kind of think about that. I don't want the devs prioritizing split screen co-op in Helldivers. I don't think it's a big need. I don't think a ton of people would want it. It would probably be actually really hard to do. Because when you do split screen co-op, you're basically doing double render. And to render all those explosions, the lighting, all that stuff, the fog, the smoke, everything, that's pretty intense. I think that's pretty intense. I would say no. I don't want them spending time doing that. I know it would be nice for people that could do it or could get it. But yeah. Oh, people always want to know my rates. I never know how to do this part. What was the game we played? And we got a code for it, and it did really, really well. I guess I could show them that. Keys redeemed. It was Vampire Hunters. Yeah, we did Vampire Hunters, and that thing is still doing well. It's still on the upward, 8,000. I should just start coming up with the flat fee and just say, you know, this is my flat fee. This is the channel size. Instead of being like, some people when they do sponsor segments, they like charge per view, and I don't. It's like I'm not doing that because it's like there's no way to know how a video is going to perform, especially when you're not known for gameplay. Like that Vampire Hunters game, I was thrilled with the performance of that one. I mean that's not even a well-known game. Yeah, we got like a ton from Google search. If you search for Vampire Hunters gameplay, I think we're like the #1 Vampire Hunters gameplay. Yeah, you go to Google, we're the #1 hit for Vampire Hunters gameplay. So, yeah. Those people cheering for the ABK deal really looking foolish more and more as time goes on. Yeah, I mean, ABK deal tax. I mean, that's what it is. There ain't no Xbox tax anymore. Now you're paying the ABK deal tax, brothers. You are. F you pay me, that's right. That's right. On topic, says Spider Senseless. He says, or they say, I'm not sure. Have you seen how far Helldivers will go for collaborations? Who would you like to see collaborate? I like the collaborations to make sense. So I wouldn't want to see, what's good, Purple Haze? I wouldn't want to see like Tsushima or, you know, I don't know. You don't want it to be like a bridge too far and have it be almost corny, like Tsushima or Ragnarok. Even Horizon, I just don't think so. A Space Marine one would be really cool. I think it would fit. I think there was even a leak about that there might be a Space Marine collaboration with Helldivers 2. I feel like I saw that somewhere. Space Marine would make sense because of the armor. Gears of War would be funny if Xbox is willing. Helene from Returnal. Yeah, see, I don't know. The more serious the game, the less likely I would want them to do it, whether it's Returnal or Horizon or anything else. SOCOM collab. I don't know. All right, here's what we'll do. I'm gonna call this, right? 26 minutes for 26 members. All right, in 26 minutes, we're going to go to writer's room, or you guys can extend the stream. We can hit the 500 today, and then you can work on the stretch tomorrow. You guys asked for like Helldivers PvP. We have our own version of Helldivers PvP, and it's really funny. If you missed that in the past, you can unlock that for tomorrow. You can also extend the stream. We'll go all the way to 3 o'clock instead of 2:30. So you got 26 minutes to get 26 members. I think you can do it. Let's do it. You got 500 likes already. Let's take the next question from Rich Rod. How do you feel about HD2 mode? Oh, this mode. Okay. 4 teams, 1 map. All must complete certain objectives, but only one team can extract in the end. If multiple are live at extraction, kill each other. Well, you've really got to be careful with this, because I don't think you want anything PvP in Helldivers. We do Helldivers 2 PvP as like a joke for fun. You die so fast from team damage and stratagems and gunfire. I don't think you'd ever want to have an element where you're on the map with other people who could kill you. I just think that would be annoying. It's not a game built for PvP. It just isn't. So you would end up basically just getting trolled or griefed or worse, right? And I just don't think it would be very fun. I always thought it would be cool to have something like that. Like, all right, Helldivers, let's see if you can, we're trying to maximize democracy here. And they would say, go down, drop down, and do something faster than the other team. If you did that, you would have to make it to where the other team could not hurt you. You'd have to be able to do that. Because if not, I think you would. I think you would frustrate people. I don't think it would end up being good gameplay. I don't. If you get people in a server and they can troll and they can grief and they can mess with each other, I'm here to tell you it would likely not be a good experience. I don't think it would be a good experience. I think you would walk away from it and say, I'm never doing that again. The way that game is set up and the way the damage thresholds are set up, I think you've got people that would basically ruin it. Right? I think that they would ruin it. I don't think it would flow well. I don't think it would feel fun. Now, if you were on the map at the same time and you either couldn't hurt each other or you couldn't see each other, if it basically showed you the other team dropping and you're dropping and you're not in the same area, but you're having some kind of a point competition or something like that, where at the end you go to extract and you see your time and score and you see their time and score, I think that could work. But yeah, I don't think you would want to have it to where you could like hurt each other or shoot each other. Even if you get to the very end and that's the only time you can shoot each other or hurt each other, I don't think you would want to do that. I just think it would be a bloodbath. You die so fast. Like, just get in a shootout with your buddies or drop stratagems on each other. It's just absolute bedlam. It's just utter chaos. There is no rhyme or reason to any of it. You have damage output that's designed for like really, really, powerful big swarm enemies. It's just not designed for player versus player. They need 8 to 16 player raids. I don't think you're ever going to get 18 to 16 player raids out of them. Purple Haze with a $10 super chat says, what Xbox fans fail to realize about the ABK deal was that it was more than just restructuring ABK after the buyout. It was restructuring Xbox. That is very well stated. And Gambit Zero, he always believes in helping with extending the stream, and he gets you guys a little bit closer at 479. You guys have 21 minutes. You can extend the stream. If we hit 500, you can extend the stream by all the way to 3, and then you can work on the stretch goal for tomorrow. Yo, Wolvie got a member. I've not seen Wolvie in forever. But no, I think that's very, very, very well stated, Purple. I think that there was just, I think, a ton of I mean, if we're honest, I still think a lot of these guys have the blindfolds on. I still think they have the blinders on. I don't think they understand what's happening. I don't think they understand really anything. I think they know that they can say X, Y, and Z and they'll get viewership. They can say X, Y, and Z and they'll get people to tune in. Like, I do not think I don't think a lot of these people have a clue what they're talking about. I think that's been evident for a while. Like, it was, to me, I think the most crystal clear time that people were posturing like they knew what they were talking about and they didn't was when Xbox's CFO said, you're going to see a change of strategy. We will be putting first-party games on platforms that were previously considered competitors like PlayStation and Nintendo. That sentence was the evolution of Xbox. It was their new strategy, just in a thimble. It was just this teeny little one-sentence statement that said everything in 20 words. And they totally didn't understand it. They ripped it out of context. They claimed that folks like me were ripping it out of context. They claimed that, oh, they're clearly talking about ABK. And it's like, good golly. I mean, you expected would-be shareholders and shareholders at a Wells Fargo summit to read into his statements, well, clearly he's only talking about their newly acquired property of Activision Blizzard. No, that's not what he said. And they all said that. And if they've owned their mistake, I have respect for that. I don't think a lot of them did. I think a lot of them just moved on to new, ridiculous fan fiction talking points. Because it's what their audience wants. You know? If you're a smear merchant, if you're a fan fiction merchant, you're not going to start selling truth. You're not. A lot of these people are smear merchants. A lot of them are fan fiction merchants. They're not in the business of selling truth. It's not what their brand identity is centered on. Is it odd that it's still just 4 games? It's not just 4 games. What do you mean? Indiana Jones is 5, Doom is 6, Outer Worlds is 7. What do you mean? It's not just 4 games. It's I mean, if what you mean is they haven't moved more, I mean, number one, it takes time. Number two, we've got games already on the docket coming. It's already more than 4. Indeed. Oh, you mean yet? I mean, yet, it's like... Somebody asked me the other day, when will they basically say they're a third-party publisher? I'm like, they already said it. They already said it. It just hasn't really happened yet. I mean, it has, but it hasn't. It's an already not yet. You know what I mean? It's an already not yet. They already are a third-party publisher. They just haven't really started pushing the games out yet. We're going to walk into 2026, and it's not... I told people this a lot last year. I said, a couple years from now, you're not even going to bat an eye. It won't even be a talking point. It'll just be like, yeah, Blade's multiplat. Remember the hate? Remember the hate I got for saying that Blade was a multiplat? I'm like, it's a multiplat. If that was an Xbox exclusive, they would have been screaming it from the rooftops of the announcement. And they didn't. They didn't say a word about it. No, it's obvious. It's obvious this is exclusive. No, it wasn't. It was obvious that it wasn't an exclusive. Purple says, not weird. They need to milk it. So basically how PlayStation remasters and puts a game on PC is most likely what Xbox will do with some of their first-party IP, except put it on PlayStation. Purple, I think you're going to get to the point where it's just going to be day and date. I think Doom the Dark Ages and The Outer Worlds 2, I think that becomes standard in 2 years. I don't even think they'll do staggered releases. 2 years from now, why bother? It won't make any sense. Their hardware sales are so bad, staggering the release won't make any sense at all from a business standpoint. It won't. Especially, Satya's going to get a taste. He's going to get a taste. Well, he already got a taste with Black Ops 6. He's going to get a taste when Indiana Jones comes over and when Doom hits and when The Outer Worlds 2 hits. They're going to look at the sales numbers and they're going to be like, what in the frick are we doing? There's no reason to stagger. There isn't. They'll just do day and date from a pure, just pure business. There's no fanboy. This will get clipped and I'll get called a port beggar because they don't have any new vocabulary or new things to say. But that's exactly what they're going. They're just going to go day and date. Oh, you're talking about legacy releases. Oh, okay. No, I agree with you. They've still got a lot of those to port, for sure. Yeah. Guys, you got 16 minutes. 16 minutes to extend the stream. My man Gambit twice now has stuck his neck out to try to help this man out. Help him out. You guys could bait with the single. You really could. I don't know if any of the big boys are here though. They might be off for the rest of the day. It's the late afternoon. We might be on our own. They need to make money on these games and they can't do that with the Game Pass model. Outer Worlds 2 should be all the proof that anyone needs. Went from an Xbox exclusive reel to PlayStation 5 on the follow-up. Yep. Yeah. That's like, that's like the picture perfect summary of like, this is what they've done. This is it. You know what I mean? This is what they're doing now. Anything that was previously said to be an exclusive or a banner for Game Pass, no, it's going. It is. And Joker Quinn says, I'll do it. He says, I'm your Huckleberry. You're the man, Joker Quinn. I got your friend request, by the way, in Discord. We'll double confirm your address, and my wife will just try to ship it again. I think we've encountered this problem before, and we think that it was because your username was on the label. We think that threw off a scan, and it pushed your address down by one line. So we should be able to get it to you. All right, we'll see if anybody takes the bait. I love it, Joker Quinn. We'll see if anybody drops a 20 gifted member bomb to secure 500 and extend the stream. Who's going to steal the glory? You guys let MASH do it all the time. Take it from him. This guy says, I got 60 FPS in 4K on my PS4 Pro, same as the PS5. LOL, sure you do. Please boot up Ragnarok and Horizon Forbidden West and tell me how great that 4K 60 is. What games are you playing at 4K 60 on your PS4 Pro? What games? What games? I got 4K 60 on my PS4 Pro. Sure, Jan. Purple Haze says, I'll do it. I'll help out. She's doing her part. 485. There it is. A little 5-bomb train will get us there. You guys can keep extending. I appreciate the support so much lately, man. We've fostered such a great culture here. You guys are great. And if you guys got a gifted member from Purple, make sure and say thank you. And at 500, I'll owe you guys more members. And you've secured tomorrow night's stream with Madam. It's a Jackbox community game day. You don't need to install anything to play Jackbox. Just show up to the streams on Friday afternoon tomorrow and Friday night. Just show up with you just need a phone, a tablet. You can do it on your computer, a laptop. You just need access to a web browser to play Jackbox. And I do give VIPs the code first. That's a great reason to be a VIP on those community game days. You get in first. Hey, I'm sure Fall Guys is glorious at 4K 60. Sucker Punch just tweeted 2025. Is that all they said? Is there anything on that tweet other than that? It's our first day back in the office since holiday break. Refreshed and ready to rock. Can't wait to see what you got. Can't wait to see what you got. So this month starts the 100-hour cap on GeForce Now. I'm staying on the free tier. Telling you, man. Cloud gaming is going to be a tough sell if they keep having to do stuff like that. I mean, Ain't nobody going to be wanting to deal with that, dude. Ain't nobody going to want to be dealing with that, dude. No way. I got 4K 60 FPS on my GameCube. JK, no, I didn't. I was barely 30 FPS 1080. What's good, GTA Online? Thanks for saying like. Thanks for all the likes. We're 15 away. You guys got 11 minutes. If we don't hit it, we're going to Writer's Room. You guys are going to leave Purple and Joker Quinn and Gambit hanging. I prefer if people held off on circling back until Monday. Like, relax, folks. Huh? What are you talking about, Sven? What do you mean you prefer people? What do you mean? As far as like the circling back to work. Oh, to work. Hey, man, I was working yesterday and today. We had a huge day yesterday. Man, oh, man. That live stream got close to 10K views. I was like, jeepers. It's at 9.6. It'll probably get there. You must have had those proprietary HD cables, right? Imagine trying to play a long RPG through GeForce Now, and they cap you at 100 hours. And a single gifted comes in from Patrick Q. He says, I'm doing my part as well. Thank you, Patrick Q. Appreciate you, brother. I mean, 100 hours isn't terrible, but it wouldn't be terrible for me. It wouldn't be terrible for me. If I count the 3 hours a night that I do, and then roughly with 3 hours with my kiddos, that's 21. I mean, I would hit that if I played that regularly. The difference between today and the last 6 weeks is wild. It's like I'm in a whole new job that's much more relaxed. So they have rollover hours, but once you're out, you have to pay again. And another one from Nar Waffle. We got a little single train starting, maybe. There's been times we've gone on really, really crazy single gifted trains. Thank you, Nar Waffle. 13 more, boys. We were balls to the wall so long that I forgot what a normal day was like. Yeah, I mean, we've been, I know I'm not in a field like you are, Eugene, but we've been doing these longer streams, you know, and it takes me back. I feel like I'm a Twitch streamer again. Patrick says, I'm quitting tomorrow, though. Hey, everybody in the office, if you can hear this, Patrick, if you know somebody by the name of Patrick, he's quitting tomorrow. He just revealed it. Everyone look at Patrick. Can you imagine? You're like at work, you got the stream playing, and someone's like, did you guys hear that? That guy, Patrick, are you quitting? Why? You didn't tell us. That's not a joke. I know it's not a joke, dude. I'm trying to blow up your spot, man. I'm trying to let them know. What? Patrick's quitting without a 2-week notice? Joke's on you, I'm in my car. You're like you're like carpooling with your boss, and he's like, what the what, Patrick? Oh, man. Oh, it's funny. You should have done that when you were still at work. That's what I'm saying. That would have caused actual mayhem if people heard that, though. Patrick would be like, you mother effer. I just gifted a member and everything. Oh, that's funny. Whew. Maybe we can get people to say GeForce Now is woke, and it'll make them change. Yeah. It's made him call it woke. My boss is not going to be happy for real. Well, I mean, hopefully you're quitting for good reasons, and you're going on a, you know, hopefully you're going to bigger and better things, you know, bigger and better things. All right, you guys got 6 minutes. 6 minutos. We've got Black Myth Wukong game director blames the series. Oh, okay. More people are just reporting on the same thing. I was like, has more been said? Gotta make that money back somehow. Me too. Quitting to become a house husband for a bit, then figuring out what after that. Hey, man. Enjoy it. That could be a really fun time. It could be a really fun and sweet time. Seriously. You did get all those gifted from Purple? Yeah, Purple gifted 5. She did. We need 13 more, and we'll extend the stream. If not, in 5 minutes, we're going to Riders. You guys are going to leave Purple and Patrick and Gambit hang, and they made a run for it here at the end. I will call it this time though. We'll go because it's getting late in the day. 4 hours long, but I'm happy to keep going. It's been a fun little game. I put the stream in your hands. What is that? Oh. Why should they have to give a 2-week notice when you can get fired at any point of time without any notice? I don't think it's that you have to. I just think it's a professional courtesy, And Purple comes in with the 10 bomb and says, look, y'all better not leave me hanging on this one. We are now 3 away. She's like, y'all can do the rest, okay? And Super Gaming tag teams Weather, and he does the Agent of Chaos to push us to stretch. And that will be Helldivers PvP tomorrow night with Madam. You guys have secured tomorrow night's stream. If you're a new member, I tell you what, you're going to want to be here tomorrow night because you'll get to stream, or you'll get to hang out with myself and Madam, and more than that, we will do some Helldivers PvP. Let me add a little image down here. Yeah, let me add a little image. Let's see. And there he is. All right. Boom. I'm doing my part. There he is. Well, you've officially extended the stream. So this is what we'll do. We did this the other day, and you guys seem to really, really like it. You guys seem to really, really like it. You didn't just extend the stream. You unlocked AMA, okay? I've cleared the question queue. You guys can now submit questions with the question command. Treat this as an AMA. You can ask personal questions, stuff about movies, books, TV shows. You guys were asking all kind of questions the other day. Music. You're asking about, I don't even know, like family traditions, Christmas, all of that. So we will continue to go for another half an hour or more. Who knows what happens? You guys might go crazy again. Big boys might show up and start splashing the pot. But you can submit the questions while I take a very, very quick break. I'm going to hit some ads, get the questions in. Again, we can now go off the rails. This is your stream now. AMA, whatever you guys want to do, ask those questions. You don't have to keep it about gaming or keep it on topic, okay? I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Thanks so much for the continued support. This is fun. The other day we did this and it got really fun. You guys asked some good questions, okay? I'll be right back. Okay. Oh, Joker Quinn did one too. Another one, right? Yes. Thank you, Joker Quinn. Sorry, the kiddos are waiting for friends of ours. We're going to be babysitting their kid, and they're like really, really getting impatient about it. Favorite movie? Favorite movie is Dead Poet Society. Yeah. Yeah. Like your profile pic, Purple? Yeah. That's everybody settle down. There's a pretty woman in the chat. It's fine. She's allowed to be pretty. We don't need to. Everybody, stay calm. Stay calm. It's a rare sighting around these parts, but everybody stay calm. Favorite movies of 2024? I didn't really watch a lot of. I don't think I watched a lot of movies that came out in 2024. I saw Transformers 1 with my son and his friends for his birthday. I really like that one. What were the big movies of 2024? Big movies of 2024. I haven't seen Gladiator 2 just yet. We watched Gladiator 1 in preparation of it. Juror number 2 looked good. Heretic looked good. Wild Robot looked good. Twisters looked good. I don't think I just didn't see very many new movies last year. We're here. Oh, we're here. Trust. I don't know, Purple. Not on this channel. There's not a lot. Very few. Nosferatu is amazing. I've heard that, Heavy Metal Mama. I've heard that. I've seen a few of those reveals where it's a guy, and I assume everyone's a guy now. Well, I mean, Purple's got a channel, so you can trust but verify there, you know? Oh, Wolverine Deadpool. Yeah, I saw Wolverine Deadpool. That would probably be my favorite. Yeah. I loved it. I thought it was great. We watched it on Disney Plus. Yeah. Yeah. Did I really just hear Twisters looked good? Yeah, it looked good. It looked like a fun movie. It doesn't not every movie has to be like super serious. I thought Twisters looked fine. I thought it looked like a fun movie. You know, probably one worth going to the theater for, you know, for the sound and the spectacle of it all. Yeah. Let's see here. You guys can use the question command right now. You've extended the stream. We're doing like an AMA. You can ask me anything. It doesn't have to be about gaming. You can ask me more personal questions. And we got one here from Bolton Gaming. How much do you make pre-tax? Joking. But seriously, what is a movie or TV show you use as comfort food type TV show movie? Well, as far as a TV show, I love to watch the show Lost on a pretty regular basis. Every once in a while, my wife and I are like, it's time for a rewatch of Lost. We love it. It's my all-time favorite show. Super, super great. A lot of moments in that show that I really, really enjoy. Comfort movie would be like The Lord of the Rings. I don't know if it's time yet, Mom. I don't know if it's time yet. We got to at least finish the season of Hitchcock that we're in right now, you know. And then I wanted to watch Penguin. Yeah. I thought that looked good. But yeah, I like to watch The Lord of the Rings for comfort. There's just something about, you know, Magic Dolphin gifted a member. Thank you so much, Magic Dolphin. As we work towards the stretch, you guys are awesome. Recently, I was just like, I just want to be in the Shire. I just want to hear the music. You've watched Lost once a year ever since 2015. Oh, wow. You're a bigger fan than me, I would say. Goodness. Yeah. Old school Twilight Zone. Yeah, now that my wife and I have really, really grown to appreciate not just the Twilight Zone, but Rod Serling as just such a prolific and creative writer, we want to watch through it all over again. Because we just, as the more we watch Twilight Zone, the more we ended up liking it. And that's why we're watching through Alfred Hitchcock Presents. And yeah, it makes us want to go back and watch it again. Popular opinion. The last 3 seasons of Lost weren't as good as the first 3. I think the tone just changed, and I thought that was okay. The first 3 seasons were basically the setup of the mystery and the intrigue, and then the last 3 seasons was, how they resolved it all. There are moments in those last couple of seasons that are just incredible. Anything with Desmond, his episode "The Constant" is probably one of the greatest episodes of television. Stuff they did with Charlie, stuff they did with Sawyer and Juliet, and the memories, and when they would suddenly touch each other when they were in kind of like the purgatory, and it would they would get all their memories flashback. Like, that was such a brilliant way to have sort of a retrospective on the show and everything that had happened. I'm on the last season of Lost after your recommendation. I think it's great. The Freckles guy got old for me. Oh, I love Sawyer. Yeah, The Constant's a masterpiece of television. It's just so good. It's so good. Yeah. Yeah, those are my comfort shows and movies, though, is Lost and Lord of the Rings. With movies, I generally don't like to rewatch them. There is one that I really enjoy rewatching, V for Vendetta. For some reason, just there's something about it. I just love it. I love the story. I love the things that happen. Yeah, I really, really like V for Vendetta, and I've rewatched that a handful of times. I rewatched The Batman, and that could be one I end up rewatching on a pretty regular basis. I really liked it. I pick up new things every time I've seen it. Team Lock or Team Jack? I don't really pick a team in the show. Yeah. Give Vikings a shot. Creatures continue to say that I would like Vikings and so would Madam, so I don't know. We'll see. I just think Lost wouldn't work in today's television. I don't agree with you. I think it would. I think you wouldn't. You would have to do the weekly drop. You couldn't binge it. The reason that Lost worked was because you had to wait, and everybody was discussing, theorizing. They created global intrigue by doing one episode a week. Yeah. The Batman 2 was delayed. I know. It's a bummer. It's such a bummer. That seems so far away. Dune Part 2, Deadpool and Wolverine, and The Brutalist were some of my favorites. I still need to see Dune Part 2, but I want to rewatch Dune 1 because it was so long, and I was tired, and I had a couple of drinks, and I was, falling asleep. I'm such a dad. It gets to be 11 o'clock, and if I've had, a couple of beers, I'm like, So I think we're going to just have to watch Dune 1 and break it in half. That's what we did with Gladiator. I think we're going to try and watch Gladiator 2 this weekend, and we'll probably just break it in half again. It's just really, really hard as parents to, get down here and plug away at, a 3-hour-long movie. It's very difficult. So I've just kind of accepted that you got to cut things in half. The producers of Lost have a show called From on MGM that's doing well, renewed for a season. It's called From. Okay. 3 seasons. Residents of a small town struggle to find a way out when mysterious unknown forces keep them from leaving. Looks like a decent cast. All right. How's it done? Rotten Tomatoes here. 96 from the reviews, 88%. Wait, is that the guy that played Michael from Lost? Oh, yeah. They got the guy that played Michael from Lost. Sounds intriguing. I mean, they're 3 seasons in. Season 1 got great score on Rotten Tomatoes. Season 2 got a 93% and an 80%. So the audience dipped a little bit on Season 2. Season 3 has 100% from the critics and 72%. So the users are 88, 80, 72. User ratings going down. Critic reviews are going up. So, another question here from a member. You guys, we're right now in just an AMA. You can ask anything you want. You guys extended the stream. And Behemoth says, let's extend it again. And he gets us to 509. Thank you, Behemoth, man. You've just been so crazy lately with the gifteds. We're going all the way to 3 o'clock. You guys have 17 minutes more. I don't know if you're going to do it again, but man, Behemoth is giving you a shot. And we got a question here from Spider Senseless. What's your favorite or best Halo? I love the franchise, but Halo 2 is the game that got me into all the games. Master Chief and the Master Chief game story is what I'm passing down to my future generations. Sergeant Johnson is a G. Oh, you're going to hate this answer. I don't have a favorite because I don't really remember any of them. I was not a big Halo guy. I played through, I think, almost all of the Halos with a sibling at some point. My brother or like my sister. And I just don't really remember any of them. Yeah, I remember Reach. Like, that's probably not the greatest answer, but it's an honest one. I was more of a Call of Duty guy. New member goal now? What do you mean new member goal? I'm not replaying through the Halos. No. I don't have time for that, and I don't want to. No stinking way. Free on Epic tomorrow, Hell Let Loose? What is Hell Let Loose? This is a must-watch, says Hadigan. The Serpent Queen? It's a TV show, 2 seasons... Really great scope. It's about one of the most influential women to wear the crown. Catherine de Medici. Is that how you say her name? Catherine de Medici marries into the 16th century French court as an orphan teenager. I don't recognize any of the cast members, but Lono, it's Halo. I don't like Halo that much. I don't. Think of a genre of game that you don't like. And then imagine playing the best of that genre. You'd be like, I don't want to. I don't care. That's how I feel about Halo. I don't feel like Halo is in the first-person shooter, like, genre. I feel like Halo's in its own genre. I'm not saying it's not a first-person shooter. It just, to me, it's always felt like another thing. World War II realistic multiplayer shooter. Hell Let Loose. Yeah, I'm good. It's going to be free on Epic tomorrow. 6 to 12 inches of snow next week for you, possible. Ooh, my kids will be so happy. Less than Venom, though. Yep. Yeah, it looks like we're going to get dumped on Sunday to Monday. Maybe. Getting him to play would be a reach. You want to play Hell Let Loose? Yeah, I don't think so, looking at it. Yeah. All right, guys, 13 minutes and we're going to Writer's Room. You extended the stream and you're getting a little bit of an AMA right now, you can extend it again. It's a tall order. That's a tall order. You guys can do it. You might need some of the big boys. You need 41 more. If not, we'll call it. I got 2 more questions in here. You can ask anything right now. It doesn't have to be about gaming. And Bolton says, do you think that the Mafia series is limiting itself based on the time period they've chosen for the game? I think every game limits itself to something. Unless you just go absolute crazy off the hinges time travel future. I mean, every game's going to limit itself with its setting, whether it's World War, whether it's Future War, whether it's modern weaponry. I think every game does. Even a game like Returnal is limited to a certain degree within the parameters that they create. So I'm not worried about Mafia being set in that time period. I think it'll be cool. You know? Von Raz says, well, I'm going to give us a shot. Thank you so much, Von Raz. That serendipitous time we met at a gas station, that was crazy. We actually had to switch exits. We stopped one place and we couldn't get the gas, went to the second exit, and that's where I ran into him in a gas station in it was like Southern Ohio. It was so random and so crazy. That was so funny. Lone was a pony? No, I was a codhead. You've got it all wrong. You know? You've got it all wrong. Anybody that clips that and is like, yeah, this pony doesn't like anything from Halo. No, I was a codhead. I loved Call of Duty, and I always felt like Halo was too slow and too boring. You know? It just never really pulled me in. I was always just kind of like, eh. Like, it was fun. It was fun, but it wasn't like, I'll tell you what this was. It was one of the best gas station stops. Yeah, it was so random. I'll tell you this. The reason I played Halo wasn't because I liked Halo. It was because I wanted to play a co-op shooter. That's the honest to goodness truth. I loved Gears co-op. I loved Borderlands co-op. The only reason I played through those Halos, it wasn't because I was a Halo fan. It was because I wanted to play a co-op shooter. That's it. It's that simple. There weren't a lot of co-op shooters back then. They just weren't. Everybody's got their preferences. I was a COD-head. I loved Call of Duty. I played through the World at War campaign co-op. That was the last time you could play through a Call of Duty campaign co-op, to my memory. And I played through that with my buddies. And Call of Duty was just my jam. You also have to think about the games that I played. I played, Quake 2, Quake 3, Quake 3 Rocket Arena, Unreal Tournament, Call of Duty 1 through, all the way to Black Ops 3. I was always in COD, and then Destiny, and then Borderlands, and then Gears. And Halo just felt slow and boring. Enough with this Halo slander. It was ahead of its time. One of the greatest trilogies of games, had a total package in multiplayer and insane story. What do you think? Why do you think it was ahead of its time? In what respect? It didn't do anything that hadn't already been done in other games on PC. Like, I'm gonna sound a little bit like a PC master race here, guy, but how was Halo ahead of of time? A lot of it was like so much of the stuff that ended up in Halo was like right out of Unreal Tournament. I mean, weapons. I mean, CTF. I don't know, man. It brought FPS to the console. Did it? You're forgetting about a little game called GoldenEye? Tom Holland from Men's Health. Good night. Settle down. Golly. Vehicle combat, open world zones. That wasn't new, though. Where'd Unreal Tournament go? To the grave? Okay, that era of time ended, but you said that they were ahead of their time. How are they ahead of their time? That wasn't a new concept. Now, yes, it was a new concept to consoles, but it wasn't a new concept. Are you kidding me? Multiplayer shooters, even shooters on console. GoldenEye did a very successful shooter on console first. Online shooter on console. Okay, we're getting really, really qualified now. I think a lot of people forget that there were some of us doing co-op shooter and PvP shooter on console and on PC well before Halo showed up. Halo was not ahead of its time. Halo did something for Xbox that hadn't been done yet. But if you look at like GoldenEye, Time Splitters, and Perfect Dark, it's like, no, Halo didn't bring that first. And you had the open world zone fight, vehicle combat, and all that. You had that on PC. There were plenty of games that did that. What shooter did open world zones and vehicle combat on console before Halo? Well, see, but now we're getting very specific. Now we're getting very specific. Yeah, we're getting very, very specific now. Open zone vehicle combat on console. Okay, yes, they did that first. They did that first. I'm not trying to take away from Halo. It was better than Unreal Tournament. I don't agree. I thought Unreal Tournament was incredible. Unreal Tournament was fast. It was intense. Facing Worlds, Instagib, CTF servers. You don't know. You know nothing, Jon Snow, if you think Halo had anything on Unreal Tournament, bro. Unreal Tournament was the truth. That game was great. Unstoppable. It was amazing. Quake was already on consoles, so you would say that Quake didn't have like open zone vehicle combat, though. Halo had that first, I guess. I'm pretty sure I played online FPS games on a Dreamcast before Xbox. Put respect on Unreal. Yeah, you gotta respect Unreal Tournament, man. Come on. There is no Halo without Doom, Quake, Unreal Tournament. There isn't. Instagib Facing Worlds was pure hell. Oh, it was amazing. To be fair, we did ask for the tank level of GoldenEye to be multiplayer. There I go dating myself again. It's okay, Purple. It's okay. We're in similar age bracket, and we look real good for our age. We have that in common. So, I'm introducing dual analog sticks. It introduced using dual analog sticks for movement and aiming. Did it? Okay, it might have. It might have. Time Splitters on the GameCube was 2002. And that would have been 2 joysticks for that, right? And then Halo on Xbox looks like it was 2001. Oh, did Dreamcast do it first? Yeah, Dreamcast did it first. Yeah. The Dreamcast controller was actually a great controller. It was a really cool controller. Unreal Tournament was great as a multiplayer game, but I think Halo had a massive impact on the industry as an FPS game that changed how devs looked at FPS on a console. I think Halo, their greatest impact and their greatest contribution to the FPS world, I think you guys are picking the wrong thing. It's esports. Like, that's where they changed the entire thought process around what a game could be. What they did with PvP and what they achieved, I believe it was Halo 2, that's Halo's contribution. Yeah, Dreamcast didn't have dual joystick. Yeah. They are correct that Xbox was the first to do dual joystick. Dreamcast was dead and a stick. It's not dual joystick, though. It's like a classic. PS1 had dual sticks, too. Did it have a shooter? I think Xbox and Halo's contribution was Xbox Live and Halo and having competitive shooter, and that ushered in an era that led to esports. I think that's far more influential than being like, well, Halo 1 was the first to do dual sticks and open world with vehicle combat on a console. Like, that's so stinking specific. The PlayStation 1 had a dual joystick. But did they have a shooter before Halo? Medal of Honor, PlayStation 1. There you go. There you go. Medal of Honor on PlayStation 1 might predate Halo, and that would be a dual stick shooter on a console. Like, yeah. I think Halo and Xbox's contribution to gaming is you're better saying, hey, their contribution to competitive PvP on a console and esports, that's what they ushered in and helped usher in. Like, saying like Halo 1 was ahead of its time, there were so many games that had already done stuff like that. Whether you want to give credit to GoldenEye to being one of the first popular shooters on a console, or Perfect Dark, or what was the other one we said, or Time Splitters. Well, Time Splitters came later, actually. But yeah, Perfect Dark, GoldenEye, and then on PC, goodness gracious, like the godfather of shooters where you're playing against other people would be Doom, and then Quake 2. And then Quake 3, and then Unreal Tournament, and then Call of Duty. Like, Halo's in there, but I think Halo's contribution should be given way more credit and weight around competitive, ranked, and esports. Quake and StarCraft were the birth of esports. Yeah, StarCraft actually is the birth of esports. Quake had ladders and competitions, but not to the degree that StarCraft did. I was in a Quake 3 Rocket Arena East Coast ladder, but Halo's contribution to being like, hey, you can have, a first-person console game shooter esport, like that was a pretty big contribution. When was that? That was a long time ago. I think someone should take a comprehensive and overall encompassing look into how Halo took over the arena shooter space and the other games and show who did what. Too long didn't read. Halo didn't do Unreal Tournament was on the PlayStation 2 in 2000. Yeah, I'm serious. I think people forget how much Unreal Tournament influenced things like Halo. Unreal Tournament was out a year before, and it was on the PlayStation 2 with dual sticks. Like, again, I think you guys you're overestimating what the first Halo actually did. It was great for Xbox, but in the grand scheme of gaming and in the grand scheme of shooters and arena shooters, Halo was a latecomer. It wasn't a trendsetter. It wasn't disruptive. Halo, I believe it was Halo 2 and their ranked and their PvP. That ended up making a big impact. But Halo 1, no. On Xbox, not at all. You had games like Unreal Tournament on PlayStation 2. You had games like Unreal Tournament and Doom and Quake 2 and 3 on PC that came out well before that. You even had games like GoldenEye GoldenEye and Perfect Dark on the Nintendo 64. I think Halo 2 had a bigger impact if you're trying to say like they did something first or they helped usher in something. But again, I think the Unreal Tournament impact I think is greater. Halo Combat Evolved was bigger on PC. Yeah, we were talking about Halo on Xbox. Halo Combat Evolved on PC was out, I believe, wasn't that before Unreal Tournament? Halo CE PC release date. Halo Combat Evolved. When did it release? I feel like it released before that. Oh no, it was 2003. Yeah, again, I believe Unreal Tournament predates that. Yeah, Unreal Tournament was 1999. We played online shooters on console before Halo. Yeah, I mean, there were online shooters well before that. And Unreal Tournament came out in 1999, and there were mods, and there were updates, and there were additions and things you could do in the game with vehicles and open world combat and the weapons. So much of that ended up influencing, heavily, I think, influencing what you ended up seeing in Halo. I do have one more personal question here from Behemoth. And it is, what is your desired country to visit and why? South Korea, to visit my friends that moved away. Yeah, it would be there. Yeah. Well, it's after 3 o'clock. All right. We're having a good conversation, so we'll just I'll let it ride for, I don't know, 10 more minutes or so. Behemoth did try to put a little fuel in the tank. We can keep the conversation going, obviously, in Writer's Room. Or you can keep asking questions for AMA. Right now, we're in an AMA. It can be personal questions. It doesn't have to be about gaming. So you can submit those questions now. If you want to extend again, we got to hit 550. We keep extending. We've extended a bunch today, so thank you to everybody who made that possible. Halo 2 was better than Unreal Tournament. Sorry, not sorry. I don't agree, at all. Have you seen what you could do in Unreal Tournament 2004? It's not even. Oh my gosh. So Unreal Tournament 2004 game modes. It had a game mode called, I believe it was called Onslaught. Was it called? I thought it was called Onslaught. Domination? Maybe it was Domination. Domination has the control points. Hang on. Unreal Tournament 2004 game modes. I forgot to put 2004. I believe they had Onslaught, and that game was ahead of its time. Game modes. Yes, Onslaught. I got it right. Unreal's better? Yeah, Unreal Tournament Onslaught kicks the dog snot out of Halo's PvP. It's not even close. It's not even close, bro. You want to talk about being ahead of its time and doing something crazy. Onslaught in Unreal Tournament 2004 was unbelievably cool. What were the number of people? There were power nodes on the map, and you had to go to the power nodes and take over them. And once you connected power nodes and you got all the way back to their base, you could then destroy their base. How many players were on those maps? What was the limit? I forget the team size. Unreal Tournament 2004 Onslaught team size. What was it? I can't remember. 64 player servers? It was 16 players per team. Dude, Unreal Tournament 2004, you had 16 players per team, a giant open map, and you had these waypoints that you had to take over. And once you took over them, it connected a line to your base. And then once you connected the lines all the way to their base, it took their shield down and you could attack their base. It was insane. And you want to talk about Halo 2? And what, CTF? Not even close, bro. Unreal Tournament 2004 and Halo 2 came out the same year. And the game modes in Unreal Tournament were insanely better. No, not because it's faster. They innovated way more. Unreal Tournament died. How is it better? That's not how you qualify something being better. That's not how you qualify something being better. It died. They didn't make any. They didn't keep making anymore. Wasn't Unreal Tournament 2004 like their last their last real effort, they moved on to other things. That's not evidence of something being better or not. Like, Unreal Tournament 2004 innovated. Halo 2 did modes we had already been playing for years. There was nothing. What were the game modes in Halo 2? What were they? I'm not taking away from Halo 2. Keep in mind, I just said it heavily impacted the PvP landscape and esports. Halo 2 had two modes, or I'm sorry, multiple modes. It had Capture the Flag and Skirmish and Slayer, Oddball, Juggernaut, Team Hardcore, SWAT, Headhunter, Strongholds, and then it had Forge. Was that all in Halo 2? Let me see here on the wiki. What were the number of modes? I don't think they brought any new modes. They were all modes that had existed in other games before. Unreal Tournament 2004 I'm telling you, they were doing stuff. Why not bring it back? Nobody wants to play games like that anymore. Cliffy B tried to do it with Lawbreakers and it flopped. Nobody wants games that play like that. There was a game that mimicked Quake 3 Rocket Arena. It was literally called Rocket Arena. Quake Live tried to come back. Nobody cares. Nobody wants to play those games anymore. Even Halo's PvP. What do you mean? Do you want to use Halo's current status to talk about how good Halo is? You're trying to use the current state of games to determine what was good or not 20 years ago? Well, Halo's in the garbage can right now. Does that mean Halo 2 is no good? No. I'm saying in the realm of innovation and bringing cool things to PvP, to the PvP arena shooter landscape, Unreal Tournament 2004 did stuff that impacted now. We're playing games now that were impacted by what Epic did. With Unreal Tournament 2004 Onslaught, you play games now that are influenced by that idea. You play Rocket League, which was influenced by those guys in that one ball game that they had where you could like shoot the ball in the goal. Those are the guys that built Rocket League, and it sat on a shelf for many years. And Onslaught heavily influenced probably what you're doing in Battle Royales today. Halo 2 brought game modes out to Halo that you had played before, like CTF. Like, I'm not knocking Halo 2, but to argue that, like, Halo 2 is better than Unreal Tournament 2004, oh, golly, no. It's not even close. You guys just a minute ago, track with me here because you're not being consistent. You wanted to give Halo credit for being like the first game to bring a shooter with open arena combat with vehicles. What Unreal Tournament 2004 did with vehicles in open arena, especially in a game mode like Onslaught, is unbelievable. It was crazy. It was crazy. Halo didn't even hold a candle to Onslaught, dude. Didn't hold a candle to it. We've got to go. We've got to go to writer's room. I appreciate that you liked Halo 2. Lots of people did. That's fine. But if you want to pit Halo 2 against Unreal Tournament 2004, it's not even a contest. It's not even a contest, man. It isn't. I consider Unreal Tournament on the Mount Rushmore of PvP shooters. Unreal Tournament, Wolfenstein, Duke Nukem, Doom, GoldenEye are all shooters I played before I touched Halo. Now, on a more personal note, Halo was the shooter that blended good narrative with addictive combat and made me love shooters. Halo might have been one of the first times that they tried to tell a compelling story in a first-person shooter. What was the Call of Duty 1 release date? Yeah, Call of Duty 1 was in 2003. So you could argue that did Halo 1 have this like compelling story? When did Master Chief show up? It wasn't in Halo 1, was it? Which Halo did Master Chief show up? The character first appeared in Combat Evolved. I thought somebody told me that he wasn't in. When did they have the story that fixated on him alone and you played as him? Which one was it? DK Beggar with a single gift that he says, come on, boys, we can extend. And he gets us to 520, 30 away from the 550. Chief's always been? I thought there was one where you didn't play as Master Chief. Chief debuted in Halo 1, but no, I thought there was one where you didn't play as him. 1 through 3 are all him? What am I thinking of? I told you guys I'm not a big Halo guy. When do you not play as Master Chief? That's Reach and parts of 5. Okay, that's what I'm thinking of. The only one he isn't is Reach. I'm thinking of Reach. Okay, so maybe that's why I'm confused. Like one of the more memorable Halos, you don't play as Master Chief as Reach. Okay, sorry. I'm not a Halo guy. So you could maybe give him credit for that, but like what Eugene is saying, like having just some generic super soldier who doesn't say much, who's killing aliens, I mean, do we really need to talk about where they got that idea from? Like, I mean, did they really even try? Did they? You know? Did they even try, chat? Come on. They didn't even change the color of the armor. Come on now, bro. The Chief Doom Guy episode would have been so good. It would have been good, bro. It would have been so good. Master Chief was generic, sure, but the setting, lore, and atmosphere made for an epic story, especially in 2. That's what I'm saying. I would be willing to give them credit for that, but if you want to give them credit for like innovating in PvP, no, they did stuff that had been in circulation for years. From Doom to Quake to Doom 2 to Quake 2 to Quake 3 to Rocket Arena in Quake 3 to Unreal Tournament 2004. You've got to give credit where credit is due. Halo didn't add anything to the PvP arena environment that wasn't already there. I'm serious. They were late to the party, and there's nothing wrong with that. They had a great game. It impacted an entire generation of people. It impacted esports. It did. 100% they get credit for that. But you want to act like they brought something new and innovative to the PvP arena landscape. Holy frick. You are not familiar with the lore of small arena PvP games. You just aren't. You don't know the history if you think that. Yeah, there were even Tribes. Tribes was doing stuff well before Halo was that ended up elements of movement, and even the look of armor and stuff that was in Tribes before Halo. ODST is my least favorite in the franchise. Yeah. Back to the original question, I've just never been a big Halo guy. I only played the Halo games back in the day because I wanted a co-op shooter. I was an Xbox guy, but I wasn't a Halo guy. I played all my Call of Duties on Xbox. I played all my Borderlands on Xbox. I just was never a big Halo guy. They made another Unreal Tournament called Unreal Tournament 3, the Leandry Conflict. It was PvP. How do I ask a question? You got to use the question command. I'll give you guys 14 minutes, and we got to go to members. We got to go to members unless you extend again. I'll give you 14 minutes. We were having such a good conversation. I was just letting it ride. We were having another great day. We're having another great day. These longer streams have been fun. But you would need 30 more. You need 30 more. Either call the big boys, send out the bat signal, go crazy with signals or fives, or we'll just go in 14 minutes. We'll just go to writers. Disruptive and Descent FPS shooters on PS1. Descent wasn't an FPS, was it? Descent was, I guess you were first-person perspective, but Descent, you were in a ship. Yeah, Descent was on PC. When my brother got a joystick, it changed the game. Oh my gosh. Descent with a joystick? Holy crap. You talk about having your mind blown as a young gamer. Descent with a joystick? Woo, doggy. Oh man. I tell you what game was really, really fun though, that was on console, was Forsaken. It really did remind me of Descent. Forsaken was awesome. Great music. Oh man, the cover art was kind of cool. It had like that girl on there. And Kardoc Ren says we can do it. And he drops a 5 bomb. Thank you so much, Kardoc Ren. He's like, let's keep the good times going. We just need a few more. Thank you, brother. It did help pave the way to esports and online competitive gaming, which I fully gave Halo 2 credit for that. I did. But they didn't bring like all this innovation, and they weren't like, oh, breaking new ground with Halo 2. All the game modes were things that, you know, I had been playing. It's hard for me to have that like has gifted 100 members. There you go. You don't type it, you do it. Anyways, this is why guys like Eugene and myself, we see, like, as he said, the glazing of Halo, and we're always like, what the frick are you talking about? Because if you came from PC, Halo was like, it wasn't a joke, but it was really close to being a joke. I remember watching guys geek out about Halo, and they couldn't believe how awesome it was. And I was like, dude, I've been playing games like that for years. I've been going to LAN parties for years. You are late to the party, my friend. I wasn't gatekeepy and like, oh, you're not a real gamer. I'm a real gamer. That was never my attitude. But it was always like, you guys used to make fun of me for going to LAN parties. I remember, like, you know, like jocks would absolutely make fun of us for doing our LAN parties and stuff. And I'm telling you, they literally could not believe how cool Halo was. And I was like, what? I was like, you guys are so late. I've been doing this stuff for years. None of it felt new. I'm not knocking it. I think it's just, I'm trying to establish context as to why those of us that have been on PC and playing the godfathers and the grandfathers of arena shooters, we were just so not impressed by Halo. We just weren't. It was like, okay, it's slow and boring. That's what a lot of us thought about it, because we're coming from high-octane, fast, really quick games like Quake 2, Quake 3, and Unreal Tournament. I have no shame in admitting my glazing of Halo is personal nostalgia, but I also understand the roots of Halo and what it was born out of. Right. I miss LAN parties. Oh, yeah. LAN parties were the best. They were the best. All right, 10 minutes. You guys can extend again. We got 10 minutes. I got another question here from MTO. How excited are you about Tango Studio Hi-Fi Rush in 2025? They seem extremely positive. You know what I hope they do? I hope they launch and make a really, really great Hi-Fi Rush 2. I hope it's multi-plat, and I hope they make a ton of money, because they deserve it. They deserve it. They brought something cool, unique, and fresh and innovative to the market, and people loved it, and it got just shot in the leg by how it was launched. We launched it on Game Pass, and then they were upset about not hitting sales targets. Whoever determined that Hi-Fi Rush didn't hit sales targets and the studio should be closed down, I would fire that person, because they're an idiot. They're an idiot. If you make a game and you put it on Game Pass, and then you're like, well, we didn't hit sales targets, and then you close the studio down, you are the dumbest person. You don't deserve your position. You shouldn't be in charge of anything. You shouldn't be in charge of anything. No studio should be scrutinized for sales numbers if you're going to put the dadgum game on Game Pass. No way. That was one of the dumbest things I think I've ever seen with respect to like layoffs. I was like, wait, what? You put the game on Game Pass, you weren't satisfied with the sales expectations of it, and then you shut the studio down. It's like, Why would you have sales expectations of a shadow-dropped Game Pass game? You didn't market it. There was no pre-order bonuses. There was no physical release. Did they do a physical release later? You shadow-dropped the game with no marketing, no pre-orders, no pre-order bonuses, no nothing, and then you're like, yeah, close the studio down. It didn't hit sales expectations. You're a freaking moron. What? And Satya's an idiot? I don't think it was Satya. The sales analysis of that game, it seems to me like it came from Xbox when we heard about it. It wasn't Satya. Maybe look at the subs that the game brought. Phil Spencer admitted in an email that we saw because of the FTC trial, he admitted that they don't have a way, they don't have like a spreadsheet of measuring a game's impact and value and what it brings to Game Pass. They don't even have a way of doing it. If that's the case, then who in the world determined that Hi-Fi Rush didn't do a good enough job? It was literally small budget award winning. What the frick? It was that's got to be, I don't even understand. Small budget award winning? That's perfect for your brand, and that's perfect for making a sequel. Come on. Didn't Matt Booty do an interview like a month later? He's like, we need more of these small budget award winning titles. And it's like, you have one, and you closed the studio down. Josh is asking a question. Here you go. This is a perk of being a member, Josh. I think maybe you got it gifted today or this week. Welcome. And he says, what do you think about the possibility of Iron Man being a Victor Von Doom variant? If you're into the MCU, that is. I mean, if that's why they brought back RDJ, yeah, I would say the MCU's cooked. You want to bring him back because you like his face and the notoriety that he brings to the franchise, and you like, his voice or whatever, that's fine. But if you're going to do that as a way to basically be like, well, he's going to be an Iron, it's basically Tony Stark. I don't think that would be a good idea. Or as you're saying, being like a Iron Man's a Victor Von Doom. Is that what you're saying? I'm not a super big comic nerd. I'm assuming your question is like, is that why they're bringing back RDJ? So, I think bringing him back was a Hail Mary that probably had a lot of zeros attached to the check. So, Matt Booty says we need more award-winning titles. That's an awesome strategy. Apparently the entire cast of Endgame will be back. Man, that's a lot of money, bro. There ain't no way that was cheap. I think a lot of those people are ready to move on. You guys have 5 minutes. 5 minutes for 25 members. It's the 5-minute countdown. You guys have extended multiple times a day. You're the best. You can keep submitting questions. We're in a bit of an AMA right now. It does not have to be about gaming. Thank you so much to everybody who has participated. That's the reason I question Phil and Xbox's method, says Gordon. I've worked at large companies that offered free sign-up retention offers. You may have assumptions, but you measure the effect of everything. I was seeing what your opinion on it if it ends up happening. Thanks for responding. Yeah, no problem. I like the MCU all the way up to I didn't mind the Multiverse of Madness, and they fell off the rails with me. I think it was with She-Hulk, is when I was like, what the frick are you guys doing? And then yeah, She-Hulk was when I was like, what are y'all doing? I didn't mind Multiverse of Madness. I thought it was fine. Medal of Honor from 2020 is a VR game? Huh? Why are you saying that? That's so random. Why are you saying that? They should have hired an Eastern European actor for Doctor Doom. I mean, whenever it comes to the casting of the MCU, I trust them to do a good job. I mean, I don't think you could ever really overstate just how important the casting was for those 10 years of the MCU. Yeah, I love Spider-Man No Way Home. I like Spider-Man No Way Home. Saw that in the theaters. Yeah. Yeah, Love and Thunder was terrible. She-Hulk was terrible. I didn't even see the Ant-Man movie that everybody said was terrible. I just skipped it. So, Marshmallow says, what is your favorite game and why is it Halo? Looks like we might be getting one last question here. We got 3 minutes. 3 minutes. We'll see if anybody Hail Marys the stream to extend it with some members. If not, I'll schedule Writer's Room and we'll carry on with the members. Yeah, it's not Halo. There's a set of comics where Iron Man becomes Doom. It makes sense what they did. Not sure if it will work. Is Agatha All Along any good? There were parts of it that I liked, and there were parts of it that I thought were terrible. It was really inconsistent. I actually really liked WandaVision. I thought it was super creative. I thought they did a dumb decision at the end when the girl's like, they'll never know what you sacrificed. And it's like, she didn't sacrifice anything. She was basically a terrorist the entire season who lost her mind. How do you have Christian Bale play Gore and fail? Yeah, like the first 5 minutes of the movie, I was like, oh, this movie's going to be legit. And then I got halfway through it, and I was like, this is probably the worst MCU movie I've ever seen. No, not the first Ant-Man movie. It was what was the Ant-Man movie that was so bad? I didn't even waste any time on it because the reviews were so terrible. Doom's going to be so hard to get right for the MCU. He's unquestionably Marvel's greatest villain. Well, they got RDJ. All right, guys, 2 minutes. I'm going to schedule it and spam the link here in just a minute. I haven't scheduled it yet. You guys have been so crazy with extending. I've just been waiting till the last second to schedule the Writer's Room. Technically, she sacrificed her kids. She didn't sacrifice anything. They weren't real. They weren't real. And then that made her motivation. It made her motivation in Multiverse of Madness so stupid. It was like they weren't real, man. Yeah, Quantumania. That was the one that everybody said was so bad. I didn't even bother watching it. No, Ant-Man and then Ant-Man and Wasp were fine. Quantumania was the one that everybody said was terrible. So I just skipped it. All right, 1 minute. 1 minute. Last call for alcohol. I'm going to set up the redirect and I'll spam a link. You guys are set up perfectly for tomorrow, though. I mean, oh my gosh. Not the her kids crap again. That's what I'm saying. They got to let that go. That can't be a motivating factor for anything she does. They weren't real. Y'all still streaming? Yeah, we're heading to Writer's Room. You guys, if you would have hit 550, I was going to let you keep extending. We've extended like twice today. So if we hit 550, I was going to extend again. So the goal is we'll do some Helldivers PvP tomorrow. If you guys hit stretch, we're going to do a stream with Matt and we'll do some Jackbox. And people said, hey, for a stretch goal, let's do Helldivers 2 PvP. I said, okay. So that'll be fun. Okay. There's the link to the Writer's Room. Thanks so much for being a member on the channel here, and you might have gotten gifted a member. We're having another incredible week of gifted members, so we're very, very close to a stretch goal. Tomorrow night, we will do Helldivers PvP with the community. It's really fun. It's completely made up and stupid and random, and you're going to want to be here for it. You also unlocked Jackbox Community Game Day, so tomorrow in the afternoon and in the evening, show up as a member. You can play Jackbox. All you need is access to a web browser. Also, if you've been gifted a member or you're paying for your own membership, consider upgrading to Member Plus. We are trying to get to 600 people at Member Plus. That's not what's over here. That's the gifted, weekly thing. I'm going to end the previous stream and redirect folks over. And then I'm going to change that thumbnail because we are no longer live. Boom, boom.